Hello and welcome. It's Shadows of Thorolun, Episode 8. The Raging Storm. Hello, everybody. Yes, you did just hear a nat 20 get rolled. It was rolled by Logan. Well, I assume on accident. Yes, he rolled a natural 20 for his brewer supplies. Dragon God, thank you very much for 21 months. Dear God. Thanks for sticking around for so goddamn long. I appreciate you, brother. Mudkip, thank you very much for 7 months, more than half a year, my man. Incredibly kind to you. Bear shake to you as well. Her Highness, thank you very much for 9 months. Close to a year. I hope you enjoy your new crown. Oh, with Prime Gaming. I don't know if Prime gives you a crown or not, but I thank you all the same. Inkley, thank you very much for 16 months. You beautiful man, you. Thank you so much, brother. The Dice God, thank you very much for 14 months. God, I more than a year, brother. I appreciate you. Prez Wilson, thank you very much for 3 months. Incredibly kind of you, brother. I hope you enjoy your brand new silver crown. May you wear it with pride. Enemy Blaze, thank you very much for 9 months with your Prime Gaming. Appreciated, brother. Oh, it looks like you do get a little crown. Okay, cool. Anubis, thank you very much for 28 goddamn months. Literally here since practically the beginning. I appreciate you, my man. Thank you very much. Hydrate. My goodness. All right. So, what we are doing currently is we're giving the players a moment to get themselves situated. And then we're going to hop into the game. We're going to introduce the players, going to figure out who they are, what they're doing, and figure out what happened last time we played, which was 2 weeks ago. Fantastic. Thank you very much for 29 months. Jesus. Insanely generous of you, brother. Here and back for more. Keep up the great work. I appreciate you, and I shall certainly try. Mr. Ultimus, my goodness. D&D indeed. Thank you very much for 10 months, brother. Incredibly kind of you. There was almost not going to be D&D today. A bunch of issues happened with Foundry where my total size upload limit got restricted because of a lack of GPU. It was literally before this, like an hour, about 2 hours before this, I had spent all that time just banging my head against the wall trying to get it to work. I eventually had to move my NVIDIA drivers from my C boot to my E boot. Or from my C drive to my E drive. I then had to basically uninstall everything, reinstall everything, and then I had to go back through and find all of my maps and many of my assets and re-upload them. I'm now on version 11.3, which is the newest version of D&D, or 5e, so... Yeah, it came out of nowhere as well. Like, literally a day before, could upload totally fine. Today, I wanted to eat rocks. But thankfully, it's all settled. Everything is good. Everything is calm. I fixed it. And now we get to play D&D. Albeit an hour late, but D&D all the same. Well, I think it was because my C drive was incredibly limited in terms of space. It has about 700 gigabytes of space, and I should say it had it's down to like 30 gigabytes of free space. And Foundry is pretty fucking big once you're uploading like 8K maps. So I moved it to my E drive, which is a 2 terabyte SSD. So it's fine now. Hope, fingers crossed. Skull Throne, thank you very much for 18 months, brother. Incredibly kind of you. Close to 2 years. You are very quiet. I am shouting into my mic. What do you mean I am very quiet? Am I quiet to everybody else? All right, you have me worried because I heard that they're not supporting Go LXR anymore. So I was like, oh fuck, it's finally happening. Oh god, it's the end of time. The people who make Go LXR, like the programming behind it, I was told that they are not doing it anymore. That Go LXR is basically dead. Yeah, Summer told me that. So that's cool. I think it's basically just gonna last until eventually something updates computer-wise and or program-wise elsewhere that basically just takes it out back behind the porch or behind the shed. So we'll see when that happens. Hopefully no time soon. Or I hope it becomes just an archaic piece of technology that stays the same and keeps working now until the end of days. But regardless, we've given our players plenty of time to get themselves situated. We're now going to go ahead and hop on over and tell the players that we're unmuting. Okay. You will notice behind me the void. Currently bereft of life as you all chat, as you all talk. Your words will be recorded behind me in perpetuity for all future VOD watchers and all future YouTube watchers. If you have anything you would like to say to your future self, now is the time to say it. You will also notice below our friends, our companions, our players for today. We're going to get introduced to them in just a moment. They're going to tell us who they are, who they're playing, and then we're going to figure out who's going to be recapping this week. How? All right, let's go ahead. Let's warn the players. Give them some courtesy, as it were. We are still on this map because the players were trading items, as you can note by the chat. So, 3, 2, 1. Gamers.
Where?
Oh, yeah. Question.
Who, huh?
Is everybody situated?
I think so.
Is Isolde's inventory no longer ready to burst?
I think so. However, I also noticed that the standard Wayfarer's kit that I got at the very start still has weight on it that is accounted for, even though each individual item has their own weight.
I didn't count yours for some reason. Okay. Yep. Simple as that.
I can move again. Holy shit.
Is that everybody or just you? Or is that, how do you know?
No longer does Isolde look like a pack rat from Vermintide.
good question. Everybody should not weigh anything. Yeah, yours is fine. You are actually just carrying 200 pounds worth of shit.
Awesome. Well,
Straight up.
Well, I can get rid of 40 pounds of that soon enough.
Yeah, you're carrying 100 feet of hempen rope.
Yeah, because for whatever reason that
a
weighs
2
10
tens,
pounds. 110, I think.
a
Roll
two-person
handy.
10.
Two
And
person
that's
10.
40 pounds right there.
Well, one 2-person 10 is 20.
And then your gear, you have a set of ring mail and chain mail.
I know. I'm still trying to get rid of it. The blacksmith was a dork and was like, "I'm not open."
Yeah.
Heaven
Yeah.
forbid people do things.
That's right. Be an NPC. Take my stuff.
Regardless, today's D&D. We're going to go down the line. You're going to introduce yourself. Tell us who you are, who you're playing. And at the very end, we're going to figure out who recapped last time we played and who's going to recap this week. We're starting with Bari.
Okay. I'm no longer sneezing my face off. Hi.
Bless.
Yes, I'm dying. Hi. I'm Momo. That's my dog. And I am currently playing wherever my character sheet is. So sorry, I'm so lost. Sorry, I'm playing Bari, Storm Song. She is a 6'2", war cleric dragon maw orc, and she is from Yetagara in generational nature and is here to fulfill a self-made prophecy of greatness and virtue for her god and her tribe, in hopes that one day she will find a wyvern that will choose her as she chooses it. In the meantime, she's here to make a name for herself and enjoy the splendor of adventure.
Hello, I'm Necro, aka Kieran, and I play Isolde Alvain, a graduate of Illendor and a half-fire giant draconic sorcerer. Isolde hails from the town of Eliond along with her brother Logan, and has recently taken to the life of a wayfarer relatively well, as she longs for adventure and exploration. While their first foray into an unknown facility and into the wayfaring life was perhaps a little bit rougher than initially anticipated, she hopes that things at Durant Spear will be a little easier, if no less exciting.
Hey everyone, I'm Cyric, and you all know me as Logan Alvain, a fire half-giant paladin. We've just gotten finished parlaying with some lady from the waters, or rather, Rylan did. By the dead. Rylan. We don't know what it means, or what it'll entail. We don't know where it'll lead us, or what it'll take from my friend. But here's hoping this is one fix we can get him out of. That, or get a hold of every orc that we can, keep them from pilfering her home, and giving her an excuse to rip his sorry heart out. What a right mess. Saint Luella keep us.
I am Sizzle Bacon, and I play Oliver Duskbrand, a Makote of the Moon level 2 talent. The adopted son of Amelia Duskbrand and adopted student of Alexander Duskbrand, Oliver has joined his companions in the wayfaring lifestyle, having finally been given opportunity to roam on his own without the sight of the Order of the Eye upon his back, both for their safety and his own. Being a bit of an unknown with his powers, he has so far been successful in using them for the assistance of his new party without injuring himself or those around him. So far. Having arrived in Durant's Spear, he is now on his second adventure, and is currently enjoying the fruits of success, or supposed success in his mind, after their most recent encounter with Sandra, the Sea Hag.
I play Rylan Aldane, who is the squire to the road warden of Elion's Tier and the Southlands area. He is a variant human fighter, and apparently the chief hag negotiator, as it turned out. But duty-bound to do whatever he can to protect the Southlands and prove that he is worthy of the knighthood that will one day be bestowed upon him, and willing to make sacrifices as necessary. With that, the saving the various townships and keeping them protected and in what good order is his primary goal, and he's going to continue to pursue that.
Thank you. Do we know who recounted last time we played?
I do.
Would you please pick somebody to recount this time?
Was it you?
It was me. Yes, correct. Which is why you can do it this time, Rylan.
Right. Let's see if I can remember what happened 2 weeks ago from the start. Okay, so from the start, we arrived at. Let me turn this down. Game sound from the Foundry sounds are loud. So when we got to Durant's Spear, you had to first speak to the various notables, the important people, the headman of the town, the constable, and even the blacksmith. I believe we also spoke to the wisdom, and we delivered some of the missing stones. They're like family stone signets of a kind, and we returned those, one to the tavern keeper and one to the constable. That's where we got our marching orders, so to speak. The town being assaulted by a giant lightning shrimp and a heavy storm, massive storms coming in all the time. With that, we decided to go on a beach patrol after a lot of discussion with the notables, up to and including some follow-up work later. And upon arriving on the beach to find that, we were going there to find a missing fishing ship that had been attacked by lightning shrimp, by shrimp. And they found a whole little miniature horde of the little buggers in there. And without missing a beat, we charge them, or get charged in some cases, and proceed to pass the ball of who wipes the floor with who back and forth a little while. At which point, once the tables start to turn, primarily because of them killing each other more than us killing them, eventually prevail and begin searching wreckages and for loot and everything, and seeing what delicious shrimp we can loot from the bodies of said shrimp. And Rylan searches the boat and is later joined by Oliver and Isolde. That's where he finds a strange little, not Palantir looking thing. And gets contacted by some unseen force who calls him a thief, which naturally rankles his ire a little bit. Like, how dare you? And since it's using a message spell, he can respond, tells it, I'm not a thief, tells it who he is, and if it belongs to whoever is contacting them, then they can come and claim it if it is in fact theirs. So they look around, they do their thing, and then the little Palantir thing goes away, or it shuts off. So they go back to looting. They find some good, delicious scrimp stuff after licking their wounds, of course, too. I mean, actually, they weren't. Well, Logan got beaten up pretty bad. Everyone else did okay. Poor Logan. Rip in peace. So, at that point, the aforementioned galleon, which is the overmassive kaiju shrimp, decides to show up with its octopus lady rider, who turns out to be a sea witch or a storm witch of some kind, basically an ocean hag of a sort. And that is when things get really interesting, as it turns out that she claims that the little orb thingy that was found is actually hers, that it fits into her crown thingy, and that the people of Durant Spear stole it from her, which is kind of a big no-no. Taurosians aren't supposed to, steal from people, at least generally not, anyway. Something to be said, the difference between acquiring in combat and just yoinking out of somebody's pocket, right? So, upon discussion, Rylan attempts to make a deal, much to the objection of some of the people of the party, who think he's crazy, but maybe he is a little. And for bartering for the safety of the town to return this orb to her. And a deal is struck that is bound in blood and magic and other horrible, nasty stuff. With the possible consequences being either of them breaking the deal will kill one or the other of them, depending on who does what. Not just kill, but apparently their soul is like in danger of this. So, with this in mind, we now need to return to town and inform people of the terms of the deal. But we also did get some hints about defeating the galleon, because apparently she summoned the lightning scrimp to do some damage, and used this piece of ancient technology which called the storm and summoned the galleon itself. Sure, we have follow-up quests to deal with, including one nasty fight, perhaps, because she will release the control of the lightning scrimps and the galleon once she goes back in, turning into kind of an optional thing. But it's still a possibility that it could come back and kaiju the town. We don't need that. But we still need to turn off the lightning generator or the storm generator thing, which will be probably an Oliver thing, because he's really good at touching stuff like that. So and that's where we left off, is now where we have to go and inform the town of this situation.
Indeed. Thank you.
Yes.
The rain's still pouring, the lightning still flashing overhead, followed by the thoom of thunder. You stand on the black sand beaches here of Durant Spear, victorious in your recent encounter. Where are you going, party?
Well, unless we want to struggle bus over to scout out the storm generator thing, we probably should head back.
It's also later in the day, right?
It is it is very dark given the current storms. Above table, it is around 8:30.
So it is getting to be about that time.
Indeed.
I think last time we agreed to speak to the constable.
Yeah, I was just throwing it out there in case it was like, oh, should we turn the storm off now if we even can, if it's not guarded by 100 bad guys? But otherwise, yeah, we should go back.
Yeah, he was the one that wanted us to get that boat out ASAP.
Yeah. True. Well, then in that case, plus we have to inform them of the scrimps that they can come and harvest for the food and other such things. So
Certainly.
yeah, if there's no objection, I say we return.
Are you sure you don't want to go? No, let's
Shut up.
You're free to move yourselves.
Oh my god, the town looks beautiful.
Did you change the map? It
No,
does.
it always looked like this.
Did it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice to come back.
Yeah,
Anyway,
sure.
we're moving, guys.
It seems more like animated, maybe, but
DM,
probably the
how
rain.
steep is...
Hmm?
Oh, how steep is the shoreline heading up into the line?
It's not.
it seems
So-
like it's pretty gradual. Yeah.
Indeed, it is a relatively minor incline. Nothing that would hamper or impair movement or anything like that.
We want this building right here.
Yeah, just following the road, because it's cute.
You're cute. Shut up.
Thanks.
Oh my goodness.
We can kiss after this if you want.
All right.
You find yourselves
It is that month.
outside of the constabulary, of course, the larger U-shaped building here, passing by the smaller statuettes that make up this this Zen garden that leads up to it.
Oh my god.
However, once you approach, you will find that the doors are barred. Not barred, but closed and locked.
Oh. Maybe he's out for the day.
Where could he have gone?
To bed?
I don't think they leave signs out. I could try knocking, but otherwise I would suggest probably the tavern.
That isn't a bad idea.
That's where every hard-fighting man goes after a fight.
So the town has changed. I'm assuming
No,
that
it hasn't.
Izakaya is the inn, yes?
Yes, Izakaya is a bar.
Yeah, if I remember, there isn't like an inn
Correct.
that we know of, which is why we have lodging at the mayor's house.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is a bar, you're right. You're right.
It's a bar, not an inn so much. Yeah, I guess if you want to make that distinction. So.
In this town in particular as well, it also doubles as a bathhouse.
Oh,
Oh.
well, that's good to know. Assuming we don't get kicked out in the next few minutes, that's awesome.
Yeah.
As you approach and ascend the steps, making your way inside to the rustic interior, the warmth of the hearth immediately battling back the cold and the chill of the autumn wind and rain. You find yourself amongst many people currently enjoying their nights before they head out to go to bed themselves, currently amidst drink, talk, and friendly conversation. Some of them turn to look at you, acknowledging you as you enter as your group, but many of them recognize you, having seen you earlier in the day, and as such you are greeted warmly.
Right as we enter, I think Logan will very subtly reach over to give Rylan like a mild tug of the arm and lean down to speak to him.
Hmm.
You should boast.
Why?
Tell them of our victory. That they'll understand.
You know me, actions do speak louder than words.
You've already done the actions. Now tell them about it.
Ooh. Kind of looks around the interior. Is the constable in fact here?
It takes you a moment, but as you look around, sort of surveying the numerous people that are here, I would say that this place is almost packed. Like a nightly ritual of sorts where people sort of gather and share in this camaraderie, this sort of mutual sort of ground. You would see an individual resembling that of the bald-headed constable currently stepping away from you, or with his back to you rather, and a towel around his waist as he is currently making his way to another sort of partition, more than likely to the bathhouse.
Oh, rude. Well, I'm not going to interrupt his bath. That's rude. Toast. Rylan will like wave at him and then like gesture to a table, but he's gonna, obviously like move him on to go finish his business first.
If
But,
you don't say anything, he doesn't see you.
No, well, if he's gonna be within proximity, Rylan would just tell him like, hey, we need a word when you're done, when you're ready. And leave him to his business, because interrupting someone's bath is very rude.
As you call out for him, the hand clenching the towel wrapped around his waist sort of tightens. You can see his shoulders visibly tense. He swings back, this look of annoyance in his expression. I told you I'm not and then seeing you, you can see him sort of, all of that anger dissolve.
Mm-hmm.
He sort of rolls his jaw from side to side. What?
We finish some of your business. When you're ready, we can discuss it. Finish your bath, please.
He looks at you for a moment, sort of looking to your companions, especially to Logan, who I imagine looks haggard.
He's a little beat up.
Indeed.
Poor guy.
Deep set expression, pinched in, greased with injury. Yeah, he looks like shit.
Vaguely purple, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You look like you could use a bath.
If you got room.
It's large enough for everybody. Though he would gesture to Bari and Isolde and gesture to his left to another chamber behind a partition that is clearly marked for women.
Bari was already like set things down. She was like making her way towards the male side.
Oh god.
She just goes,
Oh.
Oh, whoops.
One of the boys.
Denos
I mean,
will
who's going to
turn-
tell her no?
He doesn't make a gesture to like stop or anything like that. He just showed where the other path was. But Denos will turn to the keeper and basically pay for your guys' baths if you're gonna take them.
Oh, wow. Oh.
Hell yeah, brother.
Of which he'll basically not speak to you anymore, set on getting his bath in, of which he will slide the partition to the side and then slide it closed as he makes his way into the path. You are
Damn.
free to follow suit, yes.
is it unheard of that, like, do they generally separate?
Ooh, so here's the thing. There are private baths. There are public baths. They are split basically out of respect, either for married individuals or for people who are like courting one another, etc. They generally don't care.
Oh, fuck.
That's all she needed.
To give her an inch, take a mile in the bath.
Look, okay, you get to roleplay your character making decisions. I get to roleplay mine.
I wasn't criticizing. I think it's funny. In fact, it makes perfect sense. Now you get to embarrass everyone around you, which is awesome.
Yeah, no, Isolde will not be doing whatever Bari's doing.
Nice.
See? Already having an impact.
Oliver, who had been crouching near the fire, having slipped away from the party, will not hesitate and will very quickly slip on over to
Zoomies.
try to get into the warm sauna and baths.
as you step up towards the bath, again, it is this. It's about this a little 10-foot clearing between the edge of where the bar ends towards this beginning. You would see that there are a number of shelves, little places to put like your shoes and everything like that, as well as small changing rooms for you to basically get undressed, put on your towel, and then head to the bath.
I'd say that Logan follows Oliver, and without pretense or compunction, he also peels off his crumbling armor and puts on a towel and heads inside.
Once inside, you are greeted by the warm light that decorates the interior of the bath, as well as that bristling heat that rises from the pools.
He'll use his height to sort of look through this hazy mist to find the constable.
Easily done, as poised in one of the corners, with his towel folded beside him, his arms splayed out along the edges of the bath. He is sort of soaking, and as the door opens and closes, he greets you with a very firm nod, sort of waiting for the others to join.
Logan very gently pads up, and he submerges himself into the water at a respectable distance, and as these bitter green odors steamed out and the heat rose off of the surface of the water that, it'd been steeped in herbs, he lets it soak around his gritty eyes like a soothing towel and waits for the rest.
Ari comes in way less graceful.
Cannonball.
She just like slides into the water like a boar back from battle.
He would stop you just before you entered the water to gesture you towards a small pole that's like basically propped up against the side of the wall. Push that up. And he would gesture to a panel that's about 10 feet off of the ground, that basically acts as a way for the two baths to communicate without seeing each other.
She'll pat it and like push it a few times. She's used it before, but at the same time it takes her a moment to get it done. But it gets done.
Perfect.
Like a dad beating the side of a remote, right?
Is he Oliver? Rylan? Are we abstaining from the bath? What are we doing?
Oh, God, no. Izzy's just going on to the ladies' side.
Understood.
Oliver has sort of snuck in and slunk into the baths, probably right behind Logan, and sort of squeezed in between Logan and the constable very quickly. Basically, as soon as this warm water hits him, he passes out.
Not good to fall asleep in the bath. Rylan will make a quick stop at the bar to inform the barkeeper, who also informed them, to tell them if they killed any of the lightning scrimps before they go bad. I'm assuming that's why you would tell her first. That there are... God, how many were there?
How many, Rylan?
Fuck, dude, it was
How
2
many?
weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, what do you want from me? 1, 2, 3, 4 big ones and a bunch of little ones. Is that right? Somebody who has a better memory.
Does anybody remember the exact number of big ones that you fought?
It was an even number, I swear.
Let me check.
4.
4 biggies and a bunch of little ones.
$14 little ones, I think.
Okay.
So 4 biggies and 14 smallies.
as she's sort of tending to her patrons and you inform her of it, there's a very wide smile that sort of takes her expression. She goes, "Okay, I'll get some of the boys together and we'll go gather them. You left them on the beach?"
Yeah, he southwest of town. There's a wrecked fishing vessel which may be only good for salvage at this point as well. And God, he was carrying that basket of fish too, wasn't he? Well, he sets that down then. He's like, and I'm not sure which fisherman this belongs to, but we did recover it from the ship.
Okay, I'll set
I
that aside.
I didn't know where to bring it. Apologies.
It's all right. It's a kind gesture. I'll let the others know, and once we get everything rounded up, I'll have your pay ready for you. It might not be ready tonight, but where are you staying?
With the headman.
The headman?
That's what you called him when we first got to German. Headman of the village.
The mayor?
Well, I didn't know that it had a mayor because there was like that conversation that wasn't an official town yet, so I didn't know it had a
Correct.
mayor.
They don't have a Yalderman.
Yalderman.
They have
okay.
a mayor, though.
Yeah. Okay. With the mayor.
Brush, by the way.
Barash. Yeah. My brain is half functioning. Leave me alone.
Okay. I'll have everything ready, and once we get it all counted, I'll have somebody send up your coin.
Thank you. My companions will appreciate it.
Thank you.
Without divulging anything else at the moment, though, he'll then make his way into the bath to the boys' side.
You are greeted by your companions. You're also greeted by Denos adjusting Oliver, so that way he doesn't slip into the bath.
If he starts fiddling with Oliver, Oliver will jump. I'm awake.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll see he'll slowly start to nod off again.
He's folded your towel to basically act as like a pillow. And to act as like a little anchor to keep you from sliding into the pool.
God, he's folding your laundry with you still in it.
He's in that half state where, like, you can see he's trying to stay awake and failing miserably.
At least nothing wakes you up faster than the sensation of falling, right? So
Yep. That's right.
Finally, relaxing back into the pool or into the bath again, that hiss rising from the water, he'd let out this deep heaving sigh before looking to all of you. So?
Well, yeah. So someone's snoring. We encountered the fishing vessel that you sent us after. It's probably only good for salvage at this point. We did drive off or kill the majority of the creatures attacking it. And there's some other things as well. We may have found the source of not only the storms, but the attacks. By that I mean may have, definitely did.
He raises a brow.
Do you know of a sea witch in the ocean south and slightly west of here?
The look that he gives you, his eyes become half-lidded for a moment. What did you do?
Whoops. I was trying to read it. This new character sheet makes me post everything. Get out of here.
I think you have to right-click it to read it now? I don't know.
I think that you have to click on the dots. Maybe? Or it could just not work. That's also an option.
Oh, just hover over it. It'll bring up a little box to the left.
Huh. being picky. 1 second. There it is. There's a being known as Chandra, the Tide Witch.
I know who Chandra is.
Oliver jumps.
What did you do?
First of all, it seems to involve more a retribution action for theft.
You can see him sit up, no longer relaxed. His hands are clenched into fists as he sort of pushes himself up from the bath.
Oh, no, be clear. I didn't do it. I tried to stop him. But he's infallible. He does it all on his own.
It has a mind of its own.
Makes all his decisions. She splashes the water.
You see him grit his teeth, his lips pulling back around his tusks. You can tell he's giving you this one opportunity to explain yourself.
Rylan is putting on the stone face that he learned from his dad, so no emotion, just the facts. Upon searching the fishing boat, I found a strange orb that stank of magic. When I touched it, I was contacted by what later was Chandra herself. And she called me a thief. Naturally, this is not something that I would tolerate. Allowing me to send a message back, I informed her that I was no thief, and if this object was hers, to come and claim it in the correct fashion, an offer that she took up. She came to the beach, riding her galleon, although it's more in control of her by her than it is hers. We spoke. This orb was stolen, according to her. As you know, we don't abide theft like that in Tyros. And if such a thing was true, which I hope was simply an accident or a misunderstanding, then that would explain everything. But if it was intentional, that's another matter. The point being, a deal was made for the safety of this town. She will no longer send the tide crawlers to attack. She will release her control over the galleon and everything else in the deep ocean.
The look on his face goes from anger to a very puzzled expression. His brows knit together, his sort of head pushes back, his hands relax.
And you didn't cross steel.
We crossed steel with plenty of the creatures already. Logan caught the worst of it. We weren't really in a
No.
position.
What I'm asking, why did you build it up this way?
You see like him sort of push at the edge of the pool, sort of cracking some of the ceramic that's there.
You made it sound as though you killed her.
Why? I never said that.
No.
He'd relax back into the pool. Ugh.
Apologies for the misunderstanding. That's not my intent.
Would you speak more plainly next time?
Just kind of blinks in confusion. I thought I was. Anyway.
We know who Chandra is.
What is your relationship with her then?
He'd lean back, now sort of needing to relax himself again, having worked himself up, the veins bulging on the side of his neck before they begin to dissipate.
She is indebted to the spear.
Interesting.
Durant's father, Barash's father, saved her.
So while you may not necessarily be the closest of friends, you do have a working relationship.
We are friends, allies even. Every
Why would-
year she comes and blesses our ceremonies.
Then why would she not come and speak to you after such a theft rather than just attacking with her lightning crawlers?
You see him pause.
What was stolen? And how do you know?
She told me. It was a magic orb of some kind that fit into her crown. I found it aboard the wrecked fishing vessel, and she stated when we spoke in person that it was stolen intentionally from her realm, which prompted her to use an ancient device to the south and west of here on the beach to create this storm that summoned the galleon and exert her control over the tide crawlers.
And it was found in the boat. Not
That's where
near it, but in.
In it is where I found it. Under one of the seats, I believe.
He'd bring a hand up, rubbing at his jaw.
You'll need to speak to Barash.
I fully intend to. But as the constable, I feel it is also your right to know.
You gave her back the orb?
I did. A deal was made in that she would cease to assault the town or bring any harm to it as long as none of your people knowingly trespass in her realm. Accidents can be forgiven, but knowingly trespassing will result in the loss of my life. And if she assaults the town, it is the same for her.
He raises.
Wasn't a deal. And Logan prizes one red-rimmed eye open. It was an oath.
It's sworn in blood and magic.
He had the mark put on his chest. Did it for the town.
There obviously will need to be some discussions amongst the people here. Once we inform Barash. She gratefully or knowingly sketched out the area of her domain for which is to be avoided.
We know where her domain is.
Well, then this should be much easier.
You see him sort of snap his head to the side, clapping a palm against the edge of the pool, pushing himself up. He steps out, grabs the towel, wraps it around himself, and just grumbles. You would hear him muttering about needing to work into the night now, of which he would slide the partition open very forcefully, causing it to rattle in its frame before sliding it closed again behind him. As he leaves you all in the pools.
DM, quick question, just because I am on the other side. Did I hear all this?
Yes,
Yeah, you got
that's
the
what
communication
the
thing.
yeah, that's what the smaller opening at the top of the baths is for.
Yeah, you've been
See.
essentially present for the whole conversation.
Understood. Sorry, I must have missed that.
No, you're fine. It's just me. He seemed more upset by the prospect that somebody stole
DM.
from Chandra than anything else.
I was slightly cut off by the barking from the dogs, but I wanted to ask you if I could roll insight on his reaction at the end there.
Oh, certainly.
I will leave the inciting to Logan. He is better at it than me.
Let me find this guy. There you go.
What were you attempting to glean?
So, when it was revealed that Rylan made an oath and he was told that the item was stolen, I noticed that the character himself went quite quiet with his opinion. Did it feel like he was keeping something to himself?
Something to himself, and though he doesn't wear it very obviously, you're able to gleam, given your natural sort of insightfulness, this perhaps worried expression for just the briefest moments, though very quickly replaced with that of a grimace as he makes his way out of the pool. There's something that he knows, and there's something that he's dreading.
All right. Well, Logan watches him all the way as he walks out. As he pulls apart that door and slides it shut. And even then, he'd be staring at the panel of it, waiting a moment, putting his thoughts together before he turns to Rylan. I think the mayor went over his head.
That's a large jump to make. Could have been some of the townspeople working on their own volition.
Could be. But it was the mayor's father who saved her.
Would think that he, above all, would want a reason to parley with her rather than jumping straight into negative action, especially in action.
Isn't he trying to make mayor in front of the Dracus? Isn't he trying to bring the town into the fold?
To become a Yaldaman, perhaps.
Right.
Or putting your
How would it
town...
look? How would it look if he's relying on some witch from the ocean?
Sounds like it's more of a symbiotic relationship.
You can dress her however way you want. You bring it to the Lord's table, and they'll make a mess out of it. Especially now with things being so fragile. What with the Queen's death?
What's interesting to note is that I didn't know anything about this myself. I would have to imagine that my father would have.
Perhaps.
This seems like something that he would know, but he never spoke of it, which means potentially that there's an agreement of some sort where he was sworn to secrecy about the matter, or came to an understanding.
You tell me, Rylan. You think your father would swear on that?
If it meant keeping the town safe, perhaps.
Now look at the town. It's thriving. Maybe they don't need her anymore. Maybe now they're pulling away from her. Maybe the old establishment and its rules aren't being respected anymore.
Breaking an oath and engaging in thievery is more damning than having an understanding with a creature of the oceans.
Was his father who took the oath?
An oath?
Who's to say he has any bearing on it?
I won't be so quick to condemn Barosh.
Oh,
Not yet.
I'm not condemning him. If nothing else, I respect it.
If the relationship was one that was more vassal and master, perhaps.
Vassal. You think she'd serve anyone?
Oh, I think maybe the relationship, if it were the town that were her vassal, breaking away from her would be the righteous thing to do.
We won't know until we ask him. And I don't know how you're going to price it out of him. I hope he's not cagey. I hope he's honest. I want to know. Especially about his father.
He's dealt fairly so far.
Well, of course, we're here to help him. Now things have gotten complicated.
I'm curious to know what exactly his father saved her from. What could indebt a sea hag to a mortal? That I find curious.
It sounds like an epic tale. I would certainly like to hear it.
Perhaps he spared her life. That's one sure way to owe someone your life.
But for guardianship over the whole town, that would cost something much greater, I feel.
I don't remember how this town was years ago. But perhaps it took a lot of effort to situate it. Maybe they fought over the shoreline, the wealth of the sea. Perhaps she just saw Terosi encroaching on her home and took matters into her own hands. Who knows? We won't know until we ask.
Just keep in mind the words that he used in specific. That she would come and bless their festivals. It doesn't sound like coming to terms with a band of Morlings and Dark Friends, for example. That sounds like beneficial relationship of some kind.
Oh, we don't... At least me, I don't reckon her a dark friend. If she has any motives, I think they mostly lean towards self-preservation. But still, I don't know. I get the feeling that the constable thinks something is up, but he's not sure.
I think he was.
Neither are we.
I think he was more upset by the fact that somebody stole something from her than anything else.
Or if you want to be pessimistic about it, that it was caught.
No, I will refrain from passing too much harsh judgment on them until we know more.
From the look on his face, he wasn't telling us the whole story. Now, I don't know if it was out of shame or hesitation or uncertainty. There's a piece to this we don't yet have.
I get the impression that the whole story was missing from the beginning. You think, if such a beneficial relationship existed, where storms and tide crawlers were coming around, this would be something that we should have known about to begin with. Either way, Father always counseled, listen impassively and make no judgments until you have all the facts.
Speaking of the facts, you said it yourself. He never told you, right? Never spoke on it.
Which means either he didn't know, which is strange.
Why didn't the mayor? Why wouldn't he mention the hag?
As I said, why would he not tell my father, but...
No, why wouldn't he tell us?
That I don't know. Still, we must go in with neutrality first. Let them speak their piece. And then, once we have all the facts, then we make a decision.
I think we should talk to him tonight.
We are going there to rest, so sounds inevitable.
Get to him before he gets his own story straight.
Well, if that's the case, then we should finish up here and head there now.
Logan sort of washes the grit from his face with a hand, cupping some water. And he'll look across at Bari, sort of grimacing as though hesitating to ask, but doing it anyway. Bari, what do you think? About the mayor? I mean, you know him better than all of us. What do you make of this hag thing?
Her, like, nostrils flare out a bit. I don't really care. As long as the people that I love are safe. Tell you if that hag went near my sister and tried to take her fucking head off and take it home with her, I'd slash her up real good. It's true.
Yeah, Logan looks at her impassively.
What's that mean?
A flat expression. Nothing given. Very guarded. Alright. He turns to Rylan.
Interesting question, actually. How long have you lived here, Bari?
About 2 years or so.
And you knew nothing of the hag?
It's not like I'm a high-ranking official or nothing.
Have you ever witnessed her coming to bless festivals?
Damn.
Have you partaken in any of the fishing festivals?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Then yes.
I was also corralling my dogs. When is the constable still here?
He's gone.
Okay. I think Bari's like hand would come out of the water and like scratch at her chin. For once, I thought it was a big costume. My people wear all kinds of costumes when we're trying to provoke different sky spirits and such. Didn't really know it was a person. She whispers as she like looks to the door.
Huh.
Though I suppose I was more focused on the festivities.
Interesting. Wonder how subtle it really is, this relationship. More questions to ask then.
Sorry, I wish I had more for you, but I don't.
It is interesting, though. Well, nothing for it for now. We'll just have to... We'll just need to make contact with Barash and discuss what we can from there.
Probably a good idea. If anything weird's going on, you'd know, based on what he has to say. He's a great leader.
Great leaders must do hard things sometimes. Hopefully not something that would compromise that leadership.
A great leader, in
Or
so
he
many
squints.
ways, also have great faults.
What is this?
They go back and forth like that sometimes.
I tell you, a man I really like and I admire, and you're sitting there telling me he's a bad man? What is this?
Well, I said no such thing.
You might as well.
Abandoned.
Logan's lip twitches at the edge, trying to contain a smile. I'm just offering a perspective.
My perspective is you want to fight about it. She starts like stretching her arms out.
All right, let's go.
Oh God, really?
Oh,
Barry stands up in the bath.
Logan, who is fucked up, strains and struggles to get his ass up. Water sort of dripping off of him. The towel soapy around his waist. And he's already like swaying like a Rocky on the fourth round, you know?
Right, big man. Let's
Bigger
go.
than you.
She puts her hands up.
Oliver squeaks up. Logan, are you sure?
Logan, what are you doing?
Apparently wanting a brawl on
We
his
don't-
half dead.
We don't want to break the baths.
Oliver, your only concern is keeping my towel up.
We don't want to break the baths. We'll
You
have to
would
pay
hear-
for it.
A knock on the frame of the partition.
Barry's like halfway to reaching for Logan, like arms outstretched.
You would hear, apologies.
Eh.
I hope that there's nothing happening in there.
Absolutely nothing worth mentioning.
Not yet.
In fact, if there was ever any disagreement, my companions would of course decide to go outside to settle it, wouldn't they?
You don't own me. She reaches for him.
I never said I did. And he just leans back a little like,
Is that Barry?
Do I recognize this voice?
You would. This is the owner here.
Okay, what's her name?
Her name, gotta pull it up, is Erin Alsbury.
Barry
my
yells
basket of
out,
fish.
Erin! Erin, they're challenging me?
Please don't fight in the baths.
Ah, come on.
Please.
It happens one time. One time?
One time.
And we
too
can't
many.
do it ever again?
I don't like replacing partitions. Please.
What if I don't hurt the partition? She like pauses.
There's no way that you can promise that.
There's just a she falls back into the water. She'd
Thank you.
point like a big like dark finger at Logan. Once we out of there, I'm gonna show you what's what. But only after I'm out. I don't want to make an enemy of the only great place to be in town.
I don't think I'm gonna be upset anymore by the time we leave.
There are the great places to be, but this one's the best.
At least we can agree on that. It is nice.
This
Should
one's
really-
pretty good, yeah.
Should really talk to your father about having a bathhouse put in Elion's. This is really nice.
Me? You tell him.
I will, but if I had your backing, it would make it go further.
What are you willing to pay?
With what
Careful.
money?
I drive a hard bargain.
What's Sicilian like, anyway?
Huh? Like here, but with less ocean.
Bit
Then
more
why
people.
go there?
And that's where we're from.
Oh, but now you're here. Could just stay here.
I mean, we were born there. It's technically home. It has its own unique charms. Some of the finest tobacco ever grown. Good crops, good livestock. Best food I've ever had.
Best you ever had.
Well, do you remember, Logan, when we were on campaign? When we had to make do with all those rations? And
Yeah.
every time at meal, we would always talk about how much we missed your father's cooking.
Hell, I still miss it.
Not that everything on the campaign was necessarily bad, but one could only enjoy dried meat and porridge for so long.
That sounds terrible. I don't know what to do with that old nice tasty meat. You're crazy. I didn't even preserve any.
It was more out of necessity. You can't really bring a lot of fresh food when you're going to war.
To war.
Logan, who had been standing up thus far, still, like he hadn't summoned yet the strength to sit back down, finally subsides into the water. And he looks across, very level, to Bari. Your home is beautiful. There is
Well,
a
this isn't my
strange...
home.
It's not?
No. My home is north. How my home is more in the sky than it is here. This is great and all, don't get me wrong, but it ain't my home.
So you understand?
No.
Oh, alright. So tell me, you chose to stay here then?
Good opportunities for fighting.
You came here to fight?
Well, yeah.
This is Tyros. There's fighting everywhere. Why here out of all places?
The mountains. There's like a loss of jovial like expression that kind of sinks out of her now.
The mountains? Our mountains?
Yeah. Home to some of the most impressive beasts.
It was home to raiders. Year ago. But his dad flushed them out. Logan sort of motions to Ryland with a cant of his head. Now just the beasts remain.
Oh shite, you got a big name to live up to. I wouldn't want to be you. She like elbows towards Ryland.
I just want to focus on living up to my own responsibilities first. Trying to fill his shoes already has been challenging.
Shit, Ryland, you don't have any responsibilities, but you're still doing it. And I think that says a
Why
lot
don't you
more.
wear your own shoes?
Well, with the road warden out of reach. As your father honey pointed out, the duty does fall to me, and he's not wrong.
Sure, it is. But to some measure, it also falls on him. That you so readily took it upon yourself is exactly what he wanted. He wanted to give you a chance to prove your worth.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Well, I think you're doing a good job so far. If it means anything.
It does.
Maybe you can walk his path, but in your own way.
I think
I
that's
know
the
I'd be
one-
pretty mad if someone stole my shoes.
I think that's the goal for anyone who wants to be a knight in the end, is to live up to certain expectations, but to forge their own path regardless. Besides, the Southlands don't need 2 road wardens, necessarily.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it might need 2 road wardens. Might get a little crowded.
Hunteros? A lot of place to walk around.
In all reality, if I wanted to pursue being a road warden on my own, I would likely be sent abroad. Some other land that needed one. Some new village or town that was being founded.
I think they'd call you north.
North is where there's probably more need.
Past those mountains.
The various Vigar forces tend to pop up out of nowhere.
Reckon I'll come with you too.
You'd miss
How
your
far do you
sheep.
think you'd go? Maybe to the capital?
It depends. Although I imagine that the capital has its own cadre of road wardens, to be honest. That's a lot of territory to patrol. This father retired, which I have a hard time imagining that. He's still in his prime.
Well, if you want to give him the option, then we'll need to make sure you don't lose your soul before then. So, whatever politics we think is going on here, I think the primary thing to be worried about is making sure none of the locals go to her domain.
At least intentionally.
Well,
At all, preferably.
Oliver has a point. But me, I'm not worried. I know that if she took Ryland's soul, he'd just talk her ear off over a day and she'd just give it back.
That's true.
And that's all.
Logan, standing up, sort of claps Ryland heavily on the shoulder.
Just
Come on, let's go.
Jostles with a smirk. We all have to play into our strengths.
Oh, but you did. I'm liking this side of you, the talkative side.
Didn't think I would have to do so much talking. I thought there'd be more fighting.
I'm glad we're talking, for a change.
There's always fighting. Sometimes it's better to talk when you can.
I feel like I don't disagree.
Well, that's because I make a great point. She like holds out her arms like she's proud of herself.
That you do. Well, let's finish up here and go speak to Barash. It's about time we got to the bottom of this.
Okay. Is there anything else the party would like to do in the baths before we head out?
Fight.
Yeah.
No, we're leaving.
Like, no.
Also, kind of like fix what Danosh did. Kind of fucked up the plaster there. I believe some of the ceramic at the edge.
Indeed.
Just leave a note. Denosh did this, not us, we swear.
Denos.
I think Bari would
Denos.
eye up Logan like with with like two fingers and like point to her eyes and point to him. Like she didn't making this gesture like she's not forgotten.
We're still gonna do it. We're gonna duke.
Logan, who is still all like swaying and messed up from being incredibly tired and injured, gives her like this very loopy wink, like goading her as he goes to change.
Oh god. What's this happening?
Okay. Drying yourselves off, gathering your equipment, and changing into your clothes or armor of your preference. Again, you don't have to pay. Your baths were paid for by the sheriff, Denos Umar. And basically, as the night had gone on, as you had been in here, a number of the patrons had already sort of filled out, sort of leaving a more sparse gathering left over, whom basically are just helping helping Aaron bring in these rather massive entities whom you are familiar with, the storm scuttlers that you killed, and bringing them back towards a different partition that leads into the rather wide kitchen. They greet you warmly, all the same. Once again sort of informing you of where to go in case you don't remember how to make it to the Durant Manor. and all that other fun stuff. Is there anything
How
else?
could we forget? It's not like it's changed.
DM, is there a chance we could potentially pay for the damage to the tub?
Are you informing
the
Aaron
pool?
of the damage?
Yes, absolutely. But no pointing any fingers, just that there was a heated discussion and that it was an accident.
She would look at Bari.
Was that me?
She's telling the truth. It wasn't her.
Come on, we both know that if I were the one that did it, I'd come out with my tail behind my tails and not be scared of you and all that.
It's fine. I'll take the appropriate amount of silver out of the reward.
Oh, don't worry. She wraps her arm around Rylan. The road warden will help you. Pats his shoulder.
Squire.
She does look around for a moment, like looking for Aaron, and sort of settles back
This
on
one.
Rylan.
This one.
I feel we might have unintentionally upset Denos and got a little animated. But if it will go into replacing some of the tiles, you can put it out of our reward for the storm scuttlers.
Sounds more than fair.
Thank you for informing me. Do be safe on your travels.
Oh, we'll be around. A little while longer, at least.
Hopefully close to this place. We love it.
Good.
The baths is very exciting.
I'm glad that you like them. They're built over a natural hot spring.
Is that required for baths?
Usually. But magic can also do it.
It certainly gives it a little dash. I mean, I like it. I'd build a town around it.
We were
Is it
very
a
lucky.
Is it a sulfur spring?
You tell me.
Is it a sulfur spring?
It's a very heavy mineral water.
Interesting.
I can feel the microplastics in my veins.
No microplastics. We don't have that yet. Not for another couple thousand years.
Oh,
We have to discover petroleum fuel first.
that's the sci-fi
Metagame.
campaign.
Boy, just a couple of thousand. Damn, the elves are gonna be there for it. Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you find out
Phaleth,
you're-
like, look at what I made. It's plastic.
God damn it!
Elven life cycle halved.
Immortality lost.
You've discovered petroleum. You've lost immortality. Like, oh, this is what happened.
Dude, imagine how crazy that is. Like, yeah, I used to fight with swords in my youth, and now I use guns. What's up?
The
Here's my car.
the streets are well lit, thus providing you that sort of guided path, the cobblestone that'll lead you up to the Durant Manor. Feel free to move your token.
By guiding lamplight.
As you all approach, you would see standing just underneath the balcony there is a woman you don't recognize, an older half-orc woman who dressed in a very nice fitting robe, sort of longer sleeves hanging down, bound by this sort of singular piece around her waist. As you all approach, she would offer a very low bow, and then would sort of turn and acknowledge Rylan and Logan. We went ahead and prepared your rooms. She would then push the door open.
I'm sorry. Logan sort of steps up, very cautious and placating palm before him so as to not insult. Have we spoken?
No.
On whose behalf do you approach us?
I serve the mayor.
Serve him?
She nods.
Oh, you work here.
She nods again.
Logan,
What do you?
did you think?
What was that question? Okay. Is Barash in?
I do believe the master
Logan
is
looks
sleeping.
like
Whoa.
aghast that they are confused about his confusion, turning back to them. I'm sorry, I just didn't see her there last time, and he shrugs.
More than likely, I was tending to the garden.
And what is your name, miss?
You may call me Emma.
Do you know our names? I'm Logan, Rylan. He sort of motions.
I know all of you.
Well, it's a pleasure. And thank you.
She would nod again and gesture inside.
What was it she said about Barash being in? I got cut off, sorry.
She said he's in.
Could we see him, or is he occupied?
I will let him know that you are looking for him.
Thank you.
She would turn, sort of leading the way.
Guess we'll follow for now.
And you are guided to your rooms. There are... So here's the thing. There are 2 rooms. One is for Logan and Isolde, and one is for Rylan and Oliver. Because Bari doesn't have a room, because she has a home here.
Oh,
Damn.
rough.
She got real
Yeah.
estate.
Got area codes.
But given that you are here to see the mayor, she doesn't send you away. As such, you are brought to your rooms, where you would find, sort of sliding the partitions, a sort of matted floor with another sort of rolled out, a bedroll that has been prepared.
Is it on the floor?
It is.
Oh, like a man.
Correct.
I mean, that's a bed.
It's like the futons or whatever, like the Japanese style futons. Totally fine. Those are pretty comfortable, actually.
Neat. Oliver goes to his bed and sort of lays down in the futon staring at the ceiling. Alright, I'm bored. Are we seeing May yet?
If you get up,
If you would like to place your things away.
Oh, right, yes. Are there like shelves or stuff and stuff? Okay.
Sort of poised against the walls in both rooms is a number of drawers and shelves with a sort of center inlet that is currently has a sort of unlit incense box, as well as a number of sort of adornments and decorations that take up the center. You would see in yours what appears to be a sort of raised up, just above the incense box is that of a sheathed blade.
Ooh. Whose blade is that? Is there someone else living here?
No.
Oh,
have we seen a sword like that before?
How many times have you been to Duran's Spear?
Well, I believe a couple of times, but Logan was younger.
Then you may roll for me a history check.
Oh.
Some memories begin to percolate in the back of your mind. Yes, this style of blade is familiar. This is a style of blade native to Yatagara.
I think that sword is hereditary, Oliver. And it's from the east.
Oh,
Well, it's probably not something that you should touch. At least not without
see,
permission.
he was thinking about touching it.
You might even
Bari
tarnish it
leans
by looking
down.
at it.
The Bari leans down. Don't touch it. Like a very big mouth just whispering into
There's this
Oliver's
like
ear.
Beware the
prickle
groove.
down his spine, and he like freezes. Ooh. Okay, I won't touch it. Yet.
Yeah.
I will go see if Barash is awake.
Thank you.
She will bow once more and then turn and leave.
So if this is Barash's sword, then why is it in here? Looks around at the party.
I don't know a lot about. Go ahead.
Well, maybe he just doesn't use it anymore.
Could be cultural. It's not often that you see people wandering around with their full armor and weapons like some people in Tyros do. But even, for example, when Father's home, he usually only wears like a tunic and maybe a sword at most.
Is there armor in here, or is it just the sword?
Just a sword.
Okay.
And this isn't a large blade either. This is a smaller sword.
Like long sword or short sword?
Shorter than that, almost.
Is it
Not-
a tanto?
Not the full length of a short sword, but not the full length of a dagger either.
Almost ceremonial, then, maybe. Interesting. Does it smell like magic?
So, hold on. What'd you say, Oliver?
See, I was saying, so it's a tanto.
Yes, it's a tanto.
Gotcha.
Well, that's a knife, technically.
I mean, in his hand.
Yeah.
A
That's
dagger.
right.
In
In Oliver's
Oliver's
brain, it's wow, look at that big old sword.
Yeah.
No, it does not smell of magic.
Interesting.
It starts to float.
Okay. It comes at you.
Oh no, the only person who'd be able to read it would be Bari. It does have letters on the side, or small characters that are emblazoned upon that of the blade,
Orc flex.
or on the guard of the blade.
Are they asking what it says or just trying to figure it out? Okay, cool.
No one asked yet. They might.
Does it look like letters? I don't know what Orcish language looks like.
Well, I can tell you right now, you can basically translate Orcish to Japanese.
Gotcha. Very well. In that case, Oliver would squint and then sort of point. What do you think these odd symbols represent?
That's a house. I can tell you right now.
Oh, the symbols. Those are my symbols.
You
That
put
one
those
looks
there.
like a boat.
No, I didn't.
Why would you write
put
on it?
them there. She like bonks him on his
Ow!
Why would I put them there? They're not my
You
sword.
said it was your symbols.
Yeah. As in Orcish.
Oh. Oh, what's it
Where
say?
did they find ya?
Elion?
She squints.
As you read it, it says, "Call on me, and wrath shall be my reply."
Wow, that sounds
Does that mean anything to me?
It's very poetic.
That's some cold ass shit.
I mean, is it like a known saying that like would make this sword really like renowned?
Probably not to you, no. As I go to your character sheet and I look at your 8 intelligence.
Hey,
Wow. Called
Jesus
out.
Christ.
Called
you can have
out.
a low intelligence and have memories, okay?
Called
Yeah, they're just
As
very
I
fusty
look
and
to your
a
character
blur.
sheet and see you have no proficiency in history.
I don't even remember what I ate yesterday morning.
Yeah, but I have proficiency in intimidation, which comes a lot from stories. So there you go.
Okay. Roll me an int check.
I will.
I mean, to me, it sounds like a really hard-ass way of saying "do not disturb."
What's up? At least half.
Damn. Damn.
It's nothing really that you can recall. Perhaps, given your heritage, yes, you do draw your lineage to that of Yatagara, but a lot of your generational ancestry and everything like that comes from the north. As such, a lot of things from Yatagara will be lost on you, sadly.
All right. What did it say?
It said... Let me pull it up again. Call on me, and wrath shall be my reply.
Bari gets like real close, like nose close to the area. Call on me, and wrath shall be my reply. Damn. She turns her head. That's a cool sword.
That's a sword.
A cool sword.
More of a dagger, isn't it?
I pick my teeth with it.
The fuck you will?
No, not that I will. With this, if I had one.
I would ask that you refrain from that, please.
Of course. I'm so sorry. No.
Stood in the doorway.
Didn't mean it like that.
Still.
Having
Oh, you're
not
still
made
there.
a fucking noise. Having gone and come back by now, she would offer a small bow. Barash is waiting for you. She would turn and begin making her way down the hall.
Logan remembers to take off his backpack.
Yeah, Oliver very quickly also begins like sort of piling his stuff in the corner of their room.
After depositing her things, Isolde looks at Logan. Why would you pick your teeth with that sword?
Well, in the absence of like a toothpick, because it's tiny, you know?
Do you not have fingernails or do you chew them down still?
Ew.
Damn. All right.
Logan, he
Let me
took
see
like
your hands.
he takes a very hesitant glance to the left, and then another furtive to the right, and fans his fingers to Izzy to reveal nails slightly crooked.
They are
jaw.
nubs, I imagine. They are like almost all the way down.
They're pink
Oh
from
my
left
god.
thumb to right thumb.
Isolde is aghast.
I keep telling myself I need to stop, but you know,
I'm gonna dip them in lemon juice. Get you to stop.
Oh.
Blech.
that's what Mom did when I was like 10.
It's the only reason your teeth are so straight, I'm sure.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
look, when things get rough, it's like I can't stop myself from desperately searching for a nail to chew at. Right?
You just get a really small knife and do that.
Rylan. And Logan sort of pushes up from Izzy and clears his throat. Never mind, let's go.
Wow. You learn about your friends every day.
Barry looks at Oliver. Well, what's your embarrassing secret?
He blinks. You see him, like, try to recall. I don't think I have one.
Boo.
I'm not very secretive.
She like looks to the rest of them. Is that true?
He's got one secret.
Huh?
No one knows where he came from.
Oh, well. Yes, but
Didn't you come from your mum then?
he sort of gives a finger point to Grayson. Or, Barry.
What was Grayson?
Yo, where's she at?
Of course I do. I'll let you know when I find her.
Your mum?
Mm-hmm. I think I come from my mother, anyway. But, my mother from Eliond is technically adopted me. So she's definitely my mother, but I didn't come from her.
That's nice.
Thanks.
Like tilts her head.
You're not gonna find your dad, too?
I wasn't going to be, like, ask for too much.
Oh, that's nice.
Just doesn't seem likely to find both of them.
Well, if you're aiming for both.
Well, yes, obviously I'm aiming for both. He puts on this sort of wide grin. A smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. Anyway, I think we're wasting Barosh's time.
No, it's in his house. And Logan just steps past. Follow in.
You really put on that music.
What?
What? Yeah, man.
What's up?
Yeah, man.
What?
That's crazy, guys. The rain stopped for some reason. That's
The rain didn't
weird.
stop.
The rain got harder, bro.
It's still raining, asshole.
This fucking
Well,
guy.
let's make our way in before he has my hide and yours.
Yes, let's get going.
And I think as we're walking, Isolde kind of leans down to Oliver.
Well, if it's any consolation, I'd be willing to take a trip to Nelinor, was it?
Oh. Yes. That's where my life started, yes.
She just kind of offers a smile. Supportive, but not pushing the issue.
Making your way through the hallways, you can see the inside sort of dimly lit, allowing you to pass through as a number of candles sort of flicker and wane in your presence. You would eventually make your way towards the central room, the sort of larger communal area. Again, the area that you had been introduced to before, with the sort of large square table that is lower to the ground, and the number of sort of cushioned mats that are there. And sitting there, sort of dressed in a very simple sort of black and gray robe, like sort of poised, leaned to one side, and elbow resting on his knee. You would see Emma stood beside him, sort of in the process of preparing a kettle. And as you all approach, she would bow again and then sort of take a step back, letting the tea get ready.
This is
Barash.
when Bari's like a complete, I guess, like jovial, goofy, fun exterior kind of just changes into like a very ceremonial, like seriousness.
Barash takes a moment, sort of brings his hand up and gestures at the other end of the table, sort of gesturing for you all to sit.
And sit, Ryland does.
It'd be rude to remain standing.
Rylan, do you still have your sword on you? Jesus, brother, all I asked was if you had your sword on you.
I'm thinking. Was there ever any indication that he should have removed it?
No. You were asked to, like, leave your things. That's really it.
I thought it meant like his backpack and stuff like that. That's kind of what I assumed. I mean, I'm trying to like go off of like player knowledge of sort of like if you're sort of using Yatagara as like a placeholder of like Japanese culture versus what the character would know, and like were they told to take off their shoes, for example, stuff like that.
You'd have
Okay.
remembered that from your first time here.
Yeah, so like boots off already, and I'm assuming the seating is on the floor.
Correct.
Okay. And just using like knowledge of stuff that he is here with his dad a few times.
If you need any guidance, Bari has no weapons and no shoes.
Yeah.
If you do have your sword, Barash would ask that you remove it from the belt, or like, remove the belt and then place it beside you.
That's what I was getting to, actually, was that like I'm thinking that when his dad was here before, he probably took seat by unlooping it and setting it next to him or something. So that's, I think pulling on that memory of being here with his dad, he would try to emulate that.
Easily done.
So he just slides it out of the frog loop and then sets it, down with the hilt facing front, so on his left side. And then sits on his knees, like, again, he's kind of copycatting stuff that he saw his dad do more than anything.
You can tell Barash also has a very sort of relaxed posture here as well, very informal. Sort of sat with a knee up, sort of letting Emma take over a lot of the formalities that are present. You would watch as Emma eventually sort of steps away and comes back, and she would place like a smaller raised stool beside him, and allows him to sort of lean to one side as he looks to all of you. Once everybody sat, Emma would approach the table again and begin pouring everybody a cup of tea. Brosh sort of getting his first and taking a moment until everybody's had theirs pours, and then taking a sip, he would sort of look to Rylan. He says nothing. He just looks at you and waits.
Thank you for meeting with us. I know the hour is a little late.
It's quite all right. You've been doing a lot for my town. It's the least I can do.
Have you heard anything then?
I've only heard that you were successful in your hunt.
That is true, to a point. There's unfortunately more to it. We met with the constable first. Denos was upset. Although he does seem to be a rather short-tempered individual on average. But it is charming in its own way.
Taking a sip of his tea, his brow is raised at the comment, but gives a small turn of the head before setting his cup back down.
And how did you upset him?
we brought up Chandra the Tide Witch, he seemed to have thought that we encountered her, fought her, and killed her.
You see his brows, both of them raised this time, a grimace sort of pulling his lips around his tusks.
Did you?
No.
Good.
Quite the opposite, in fact.
I'm relieved.
It might have been good, and I don't mean any offense by this, to know that you had such an arrangement with this preacher. It might have informed some of our decisions.
Sorry about the pause, but when he said I'm relieved, I would like to roll insight on that.
Let's see it, brother.
Oh, yeah.
What are you attempting to glean from him?
If he's truly relieved. If at any point, having found out that we met the witch, he felt perhaps cornered or maybe shocked or whatever. Because right now, he comes across as very impassive, as though inscrutable, right?
Indeed.
But when he says it, relieved, that's when Logan sort of looks at it more precisely, right?
Again, that natural insightfulness that you possess, Logan, does allow you to peer beyond the sort of pleasantries and the politeness that is being shown to you by the basically the lord of the manor. There is relief that he expresses. His features do relax once he is told that basically you didn't kill Chandra, and in fact something good came out of it. Although just as quickly as that mask slips, it's once again reapplied as he takes another drink.
So he's definitely being guarded about something?
He's being guarded.
Yeah, Logan would sort of try to snatch... Oh god. Anyway, Logan will sort of try to snatch Ryland's attention and give him a very brief but shrewd look. Just a small exchange, sort of keep him in the loop. And then turn back to Barash.
Ryland's eyes flick left, and then he doesn't nod or do some acknowledgement. He just kind of glances and then turns his attention back to Barash. For my own curiosity, did my father know about this arrangement?
He did.
What was his take on the matter?
She isn't a threat. As such, he didn't deem her one.
A measured response to be expected.
And as to why you weren't informed, I did not think that you would see her yet. Not so soon.
It might disturb you or not to know that the reason that your town is under attack by tide scuttlers, storm scuttlers, can't fucking name these damn things half the time. That's because Chandra thought that, well, something of hers was stolen. And the attacks by these creatures and the storm was her reprisal for that.
Logan, roll
Yes!
another
Does this
insight, brother.
catch him by surprise?
Not only does it catch him by surprise, the mask slips and he wears a very worried expression.
But is it a worry from, like, not knowing that she was associated with the storm? Or a worry of, like, an expectation he had being met?
Or guilt.
an expectation being met.
Okay. Yeah, Wyatt agrees. He's hiding something.
This motherfucker.
He would take another sip from his tea and sort of set the cup down, using his fingers to turn it for a moment, and then sort of run them over the rim before relaxing.
What was stolen?
Logan?
In this fugitive moment of silence as he's running his finger around the rim frame of his cup, again, very subtle, Logan lays a touch on Ryland's back. Another look. Between two strangers, it'd mean nothing, but between him and Ryland, that look has a kind of wealth of meaning, letting him know, again, that there's something off about what he said.
Is there a table, and they're sitting around a table, or is this just on the floor, open?
Table.
He places both of his hands together on the table, like fingers interlaced. Some magical orb device that fits into her crown, was stolen and found aboard a fishing vessel that the constable sent us to check on. It was only by chance that I came across it.
He gives a nod. And you would see this time he brings a hand up and makes a gesture, and Emma bows, sort of bringing her hands up as she leaves the room. Sort of closing the doors, and then finally stepping out behind one, closing it, and leaving you alone.
I take it this is very sensitive information after all.
He pauses for a very long moment.
There were whispers a year back. We thought them to be poor sports. Individuals who lost in the tournament. This growing ire, contempt, that the fortune of the sea was not turned towards them. We had heard rumors and investigated, but found no wrongdoing. Of them wanting to get revenge. You see him bring a hand up, rubbing along his jaw, and then finally touching up along his eyebrow for a moment. This boat. Were there any fishermen there?
They had fled, from what we had seen anyway.
And you are certain, positive, that you found it in the boat?
Under a seat, yes.
He shakes his head.
Unfortunate.
The constable illustrated the relationship between Chandra and this town. And if my father deemed that she is no threat, then I'm inclined to believe that judgment. What is strange to me is why she would, after having such a, at least, friendly relationship with the town, that she would resort to violence immediately. Why would she just automatically go straight to violence like that?
A final straw.
some of the other fishermen had felt discontent. And it has been a growing issue. Those who have strayed from our ways have grown more aggressive towards Chandra and her blessings. I speak of it as of last year, but there have been many times in just my tenure as mayor where we've had to quell anger towards the seas.
I'd like to roll insight on this as well.
Certainly.
And while he's doing that, Isolde asks, what would draw their ire against her if she performs these blessings? And they know what she could do if otherwise angered.
DM, could I ride the train of Izzy's open questioning? Maybe improve my...
First off, what
My
are you
sister.
attempting to glean?
Well, it seems to Logan that he's potentially blaming the town and open distrust among its populace, sort of pushing the attention from himself, right? Especially at what we know about his father, which he hasn't even mentioned yet. So he's trying to see how much is truly his fault and not.
Okay. God, how do I word this?
Whap.
There is a level of guilt to what he's saying. As though he does put the blame out there, the way that he's talking and the way that he's holding himself lets you know as well that there is a level of guilt on his behalf.
Is it because he's shielding his pride by not committing the culpability towards himself? Is it a pride thing, DM? Or is it a shrewd thing, and he's purposefully not mentioning himself?
I'm going to say it's a pride thing.
Perfect.
Izzy, can you repeat your question one more time?
Essentially, Izzy's asking, why would people feel discontent with Chandra? What reason has she given them? And why would they turn on her, especially if they know what she can do?
Mostly ignorance. But a larger portion of it is not everybody benefits from her blessing. It's not as though she bestows the whole town with it. Those who win the tournament are the ones who receive the blessings. And those who fail feel that they are owed it, being a part of the town, tying their lineage here, their life.
So you think that this theft might have occurred because there are sore losers in the town?
I fear it might be worse than that. Worse than sore losers. If the contempt has grown this much, I fear what they might have done had they taken the orb for themselves.
I would have been more worried about what would have happened to the town had they done so.
I fear they may be dark friends.
Rylan sits back a little bit.
Very gasp.
The no-no word.
I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, but someone levying even the suspicion is kind of a big deal.
Correct.
That's
That
not
is
something
not
that
something
you just
throw around.
yeah, or even hint at unless you have a really good suspicion.
I imagine he's being very honest about this claim, like openly so.
Correct.
Finally, Logan sort of deigns to sort of input. I'd rather we didn't jump to conclusions. This could all be a misunderstanding still.
It very well may be. But if the boat belongs to who I think it belongs to, then my fears may very well be right.
Let's say you're wrong. Just an example. Logan shows his palms placatingly. You'll have to summon the Inquisition still. Headsmen and arbiters and all. You can say goodbye to your festival. Put a pause to everything as they run through your town and run it ragged. You wanna go through with that?
I'd rather not bring the headsman now. But if dark friends are here, I cannot stand by.
Oliver takes a moment to sort of scratch his chin, and he turned to Rylan. Rylan, how do you think these dark friends would affect your deal with Chandra?
His brows knit together.
I hadn't quite gotten to that yet, Oliver. It does pose a complication, however.
Well, would she consider them part of Durant's spear?
Unless Barosh goes through the motions to excise them formally from the town, and even then, I'm unsure.
I would like us to stop calling it a deal. It's not a deal. It's an oath. He's telling Oliver. It's much different. Especially in this land. And Logan sort of, to emphasize, taps on the table with his index finger. You would know of that. Your father, right? He looks across, very level, to the mayor.
My grandfather, yes.
Grandfather. My friend here took an oath for this town and its safety. When I rather think it should have been you. But he did it anyway.
It's duty.
Yeah, but it also your life. For a town you ain't even from.
It's still a part of my land. And in time, Jorant Spear will be a neighbor city. Barosh will be a Yaldaman. And I would like that to happen. So if we want that to happen, we need to make sure that it does. Which means if there's dark friends, this has gotten a lot worse.
As you call him out, Logan,
Yes.
his eyes go downcast. Especially hearing Rylan basically begin to build him up. He does not look at the party. Instead, sort of looking at his tea.
Rylan building him up makes Logan's judgmental look gain emphasis. Right? So why should it have been in? Why him? Why not you?
We don't...
Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay.
And then we're going to meet back up in 30 minutes.
Oh shit.
Oh my goodness.
Come back at the half-hour mark, everybody.
No.
Alright, boss.
I'm back. Oh God, did I get moved? I did. Gamers.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Where the hell is everyone?
You died for a hot minute there.
We were
blame
talking
Wyatt.
upstairs.
Ah, there are doggos, I see.
Yeah,
Correct.
they're too fluffy to live.
There's a giant dog. I pet that dog.
Nice.
Good lord.
He's massive. His name is Wyatt.
He's fucking huge.
He is big.
He's a boofer in every aspect.
Lurker, thank you very much for 26 months. Incredibly kind of you, brother.
Oh,
Well, they're just dropping like flies
Oh
now.
God, they're dying.
I really don't know why Wyatt would do this.
Yeah, I took a picture of my parents' cat, and I was just like human screwdriver for comparison, and him big.
I wonder if they're talking and they just don't know that they're in the resting chamber. My God, he am big.
Yeah, him real big. That's only half a picture of him.
Damn.
Okay, I return.
Welcome back.
I made raviolis. I'm happy.
Weird. I used to be able to move people. Oh, I can't.
Destroyed.
F.
How
F.
bizarre.
Oh,
Oh, here we go. Jesus. Boink. Boink.
Drag him back.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Pulled him
I
out
was
of hell.
confused. Why is everything so quiet?
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
literally like, I bet they don't know that they're in the rest chamber.
What?
My bad. I was looking at Foundry.
They don't know they're AFK.
Don't know that they're already dead.
Okay. Momo will be here in a moment. So we shall continue. 14. Logan, what were you gonna say?
Well, as he posed him before our momentary pause, our prelude, Logan asked him, why should it be Rylan, the one who takes the oath, when he should have been the mayor all along? Why must it be him?
And then you have him roll a persuasion check.
Yes, and in this withdrawn moment he has, as Logan asks, he seizes it and lays a hand on Rylan. Genuine hurt in his expression. Why should my brother bear this load, when it was your grandfather who made it? It's your town.
He takes a moment. This withdrawn expression. His hand, sort of previously having been tracing the rim of his teacup, sort of pauses it. You see him push his chin forward, the working of his jaw. He shouldn't have. You are correct. When I came of age, it became my responsibility to continue the oath. Some part of me
I suppose, looked at where we were, the land as a whole, my people, their families. Though she had given her blessings, they only often fell to a few. And I had seen how my people without it still survived. And though my father, as he took the oath, bid me to do so as well, when the time came, I did not. For many years, I shirked that responsibility. I truly wasn't expecting you to meet Chandra. Nor was I expecting you to bind yourself through an oath.
Don't blame him. He's his father's son, a man of determination, whose word means everything. And he gave it for this place, not knowing better. He did it anyway. And he did it for you. So what do we do now? You know her better than all of us.
I just want to say, I know you didn't ask it of me, but I would add, you would never have had to. I would have done it again.
He frowns. A small shake of his head. You shouldn't have had to. What remains now is finding the thieves. As much as I didn't wish to continue my oath, I did not order her orb to be stolen.
I'd like to ask. You see a future in this place, and she's not in it. Why? What tipped your opinion? Did something happen?
He takes a long moment. My father died out at sea. He didn't get a warrior's death. No body to bury.
The blessing did not pass on to him.
It felt that way. He took the oath and still died out at sea. If he's supposed to
Here
be
in-
protected or guarded, or he just rambles.
Hearing this story, Logan's jaw muscles tense beneath tightly pressed lips, and a reflective sheen crossed his eyes, suggesting a shared sense of hurt from him. And he nods very slowly. Well, I'm sorry to hear. I'm sure we all are.
Sounds like your father did what needed to be done, and his passing was tragic.
DM.
Oliver.
Stupid question. What oath is he talking about? Is he talking about Ryland's oath, or is this a different oath?
This is an oath that his grandfather took that has been passed down, supposedly, in perpetuity throughout his line. And he has refused to basically re-up it. He spoke that his grandfather's the one who founded it, his father took it, but when his father died out at sea, something that is supposedly her domain, he forsook retaking the oath.
And now Logan is accusing him of having used Rylan as his scapegoat, essentially. And now this.
I see. Okay. Sorry, I think I missed the something like right before the break.
Logan reaches for his cup of tea. Very gently. He hadn't touched it until now. Takes a very minute sip. Very ceremonious as he'd seen him do it. And sets it back down. I don't want Rylan with that oath, look. And you don't want this town with that oath your father. You don't want to put your trust in it. Obviously. Took your family, I don't think I'd be any different if that had happened to my father. But you will still have to contend with her. Short of killing her, you won't be able to get rid of her. You will have to make peace with her in some way.
There's a small nod. A look of, or rather, the suggestion that that is an idea that he is very well familiar with.
Logan sort of snatches a breath and looks to Rylan beside him with a crooked smile. Let's find a way then, shall we? Make things right again. Can everyone hear and the hag and fix it? Find the perpetrators. Hopefully you all can come to an agreement without having to bind it behind an oath. Make everyone happy.
Let us hope. But for now, I'm tired.
As he says that, the partition opens. Emma steps through. She would give another bow and then go about gathering at least his cup and the kettle as he pushes himself up to stand.
I hope that you all rest well.
He'd offer a small bow and then begin making his way out of the room.
So Rhydon finally will speak up, and we can talk more in the morning. Obviously, we have a lot of things to do.
It's a small nod as he sort of glances back over his shoulder before making his way, being followed by Emma. You all are left in the sort of common room.
Unless there's something anyone else wants to do, we should probably go back to our rooms.
I think in the simmering silence that follows after the man has stepped out and left the party, Logan sort of takes everyone's expression in, looking for insight.
I don't think you'd find any in Oliver. He looks mostly confused about this whole situation, and a little. Occasionally, you'd see sort of looks of consternation in Ryland's direction.
Izzy, for her part, seems to have some gears turning, some ideas floating, but nothing she's confident enough to say aloud yet.
Before we do anything else, we should tell the constable everything.
It'll have to wait until the morning before that.
Why?
Besides, you need rest.
Logan had prepared like a quip for Ryland, but Oliver made his question and he sort of looks quizzically down at the catboy. Why?
Wouldn't the constable already know about these individuals?
He obviously didn't.
He kind of looks around and mutters, "Dark friends."
Do you think he's in the know? Look, I don't mean to go over the mayor's head. Not like that. I mean, we should keep him apprised. Mayor has his concerns, but chiefly among them for the constable is the people. And that's who we're here for. Right, Rylan?
Yes. Just as the mayor and the constable are also the people, we should keep them in the loop. The chances of either or both of them being dark friends is less.
I wish it'd just been the damn shrimp.
It would have been easier.
Far easier. All this secrecy and bitterness. So close to home, too.
It is where it brews the most. Just the seed of discontent is what brings one to do drastic things.
True enough. Well, I'm going to turn in. Oliver, don't touch the knife. Good night.
You see a pout.
Logan sort of stands up, and you hear a creak from his dodgy knees. And then he'd make his way over to his room.
So all we need to do, he kind of looks to Ryland and the others, is stop the dark fiends, friends, whatever, from entering Chandra's territory, right? And then Ryland will be safe.
More or less. Well, the first thing we need to do is figure out who they are. And whatever you do, don't mention dark friends around the rest of the people in town.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Well, one thing we could do is see who was interested in that boat.
Who was piloting it?
Either way, they must know what cargo it held.
Well, they would have had to go to a domain just to get it.
And then were too afraid to retrieve it from the scuttlers.
Even the 5 of us had a hard time dealing with the ones that were there.
Either way, we should find whose boat that was, or who's most interested in it now.
I'm sure the constable can help us with that.
Granted, I'd also be lying if I said I wasn't curious about this machine Chandra mentioned?
We will have to contend with that at some point. Oliver, I hope you're feeling adventurous.
Of course. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't.
Plus, it's another opportunity for you to fiddle about with ancient technology, which you seem to enjoy. Won't deny that I find it fascinating, too.
I'm surprised that you would be interested in that sort of thing. But
It's wonders of a bygone era. Perhaps things that we could one day achieve again. Why wouldn't I?
you see him sort of rest his, sort of let his face rest in his hand as he contemplates. I wish I had had a chance to get my hands on that sphere. Chandra's orb, I might have been able to determine who stole it, depending on how long it was sitting there.
It would have been a good idea. Unfortunately, there just wasn't time. It all happened so quickly. But you're right, I should have consulted with you and Isolde. Maybe there could have been something we could have gleaned from it.
Well,
Or maybe there's something we can glean from the ship, if it's still there.
that was going to be my next point.
Great minds.
He sighs. It's unlikely. That ship's probably been out there for a while now.
At least a week, last we heard.
Well, the orb has been on it at least as long, right? You need something small and magical for it to work.
Maybe you're right. Oh well.
It could be worth a try, if nothing else. We'll look into it.
Well, I'm going to make sure my brother doesn't fall apart at the hinges. Good night.
You have good luck with that. He seems dead set on falling apart.
You would think.
In the meantime, get some rest. We'll discuss it more in the morning. You have a lot of work to do, as it turns out. Here, I thought it was going to be a cakewalk. He says, lying through his teeth.
What a strange turn of events. Oliver would kind of meander out and start heading towards their room.
Returning after a moment and sort of waiting would be Emma to see Bari out.
Right.
DM,
Yes.
I think the Foundry update may have mistakenly given me inspiration. Because I don't recall having it last time we were playing, but the crystals lit up.
Mine's lit up too, but I don't know if I had inspiration or not.
It may have defaulted to enabling it, I think.
Might have.
Everybody does have it. That's fine.
You can all have inspiration. Get fucked. Well, nothing else. It's always useful, right?
Bari, where's your house?
She's dying.
got dog aggro, something
What?
fierce.
What's going on? What's up?
Where's your house?
Damn, where's my house?
Pick one. Where do you and your sister live?
I can barely see it. I don't know. Is there like a local place for adventurers where they gather?
No. I figured you and your sister had like a house here.
Yes, I'm just asking. They would want to live near that. So, like, I guess somewhere near the guild halls.
Okay.
We're near the bar.
There's some buildings over here.
Sure. One of those is perfect.
And would she have informed the party of where she lives?
I don't think she would have had the forethought to even do that.
Understood.
Nothing else. I think Rylan would have said, if she wants to meet them back there in the morning. So the invitation is given at least.
Sure, yeah. Should be there.
Okay. Is there anything else the party would like to do tonight?
Long
Listen.
rest.
Unless anyone wants to talk. Rylan is content to let people marinade and long rest, yeah.
The moment you start cresting the hallway to your room, you'd hear Logan snore. Just thrumming through the house like a thunder peal.
Yeah, well, Isolde's problem now.
Everybody's problem. Your rooms are side by side, separated
Shit!
by a paper-thin partition.
Fuck! Do they even get rice paper? Where's the rice?
Should ask them.
I'd like to point out the
Entire
Logan
country is
very,
bullshit.
very rarely snores, so this is all exhaustion, baby.
Hell yeah.
That's how you know.
Not a deviated septum this time, just tired as fuck.
Sir.
Yep. After about an hour or two, Oliver would wait for everyone to go to bed. And then he would try to sneak over and read
boy.
object on the sword.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, is that what you're gonna do? Yeah, buddy.
You're going to read object on the sword?
He's curious, man. What do you want?
Yes, you are. Hey,
Yeah.
I need a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh. Damn.
The moment you put your hand on the sword to touch it is the moment a chill runs up your spine.
Oh.
Thankfully, a 15 is sufficient. As you would hear this almost I hate collect golds.
As you would hear a collect phone number ring.
You would hear this almost loud snarl in your ear that seems to resonate outwards.
I see.
Your fingers tense against the sort of wooden scabbard that's there, and then allow yourself to very quickly pull your hand away.
Indeed. Yeah, I think the snarl would be enough to make him reconsider as he darts his little mischievous eyes around to see if there's a beast in the room.
As you look around, you don't see anything immediately. It isn't until, because you did roll a 15, as you look towards the door and the sort of backed by the windows that are there, as the lightning strikes, you would see a silhouette. That of a man clad in Lamalar. his hand sort of poised at his side, the other hand holding the hilt of a blade. And you would recognize a rather large orcish figure. But just as quickly as they appear, they are gone.
Fear and awe rack Oliver's body for but an instant as the silhouette crosses his vision, his hair prickling on his scalp and down his spine. He would take another furtive glance over at the inert blade, and he would hiss a very quiet "sorry" as he creeps back to bed.
Oh,
When you-
dodge red.
When you apologize, that anger that you had felt, sort of permeating the room, subsides.
He mutters, "I was just curious," as he lays back down and goes to sleep.
Shit, I wouldn't sleep after that.
We're in the same room as that thing. Oh, fuck.
Well, there are some advantages to having an 8 wisdom.
Some Talanos energy right there.
Okay. Is there anything else the party wants to do tonight?
Yeah, apparently we want to shoot first, ask later.
Okay. Everybody go ahead and take a long rest. Everybody with points of exhaustion. Your exhaustion is gone.
That's me. That's me. Oh my god.
You slept in a safe haven. So your stress and exhaustion is back down to 0.
I like that.
Excelente.
Excelente indeed. Damn, you pronounced that really well.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, my dice, it's back.
Hit dice, hit dice. I don't think... Izzy, you didn't use any hit dice?
Nope, no hit dice, just one spell slot.
I
Got
don't
it!
think she even really got hit.
No, I juked like 5 different claws coming at me.
Yeah.
Okay.
No one dare say the DM didn't try.
He was like determined to get you, but couldn't get you.
All right, party. You awaken on a brand new day, the 23rd of Hearthlight. The rain still pours, lightning flashing through the windows, and the boom of thunder in the distance echoing off the hills.
Logan, who'd gone to bed first, I imagine, potentially, wakes up first. And he doesn't waste a breath or a moment. He immediately begins to gather up his equipment. He hadn't even filled the shelves. He'd left it already compressed to his backpack, and eventually, given enough time, he'd wake up his sister. Very gently, he'd sort of try to stir her with a hand to her shoulder.
Time is it?
I don't know. It's
Is
raining.
there food?
No.
Oh.
And then she turns over.
Logan sort of, like, side sat behind her on his futon, looks her over with this thoughtful look, considering. You were very quiet the whole day.
Just thinking.
And for your thoughts? I guess that'd be thank for your thoughts. Yeah, thank for your thoughts.
Huh.
I'd like to go back to sleep.
Well, you can't.
She kind of turns back the other way.
You're the one who wanted adventure.
And blinks blearily a couple times.
think. What a witch would want in exchange for a pact. Oath. Whatever you want to call it.
I don't know. I've been rubbing my brain down to a nub, trying to think how we're going to get him out of this.
Well,
She says, kind of sitting up, obviously realizing that Logan is not going to leave her alone now.
Nope, nope.
No.
well, stories are to be believed. Favors for favors. One bigger in magnitude than the one currently in place could negate it. Perhaps something she's looking for or wants could appease her. To do that, though, we'd have to get in contact with her. And, well, that, won't be happening for a while, I think.
By the bloody saints. Logan sort of looks off towards one of the walls, desperately searching for a finger that still had some nail left to shoot at.
We might not have the answer now, but I'm sure we'll find it.
I hope so.
For now, what remains is to keep these dark friends from perhaps doing a repeat performance. And hopefully Varaj can quell any other dissent, so others might not have the same idea.
So you're sold on that? You think it's dark friends?
That's a rather large word to bandy about, but certainly thieves. Identifying them would be helpful.
I hope so. I hope it's just small-minded men. Greed. I hope it's greed. Gods, I hope.
Aside from that, we're still going to have to deal with scuttlers. I have a feeling, having been called to the shores, they're not eager to leave.
That's what we should do. We should deal with the storm. Maybe with the clouds parting, we can shed some light into this town.
Maybe. We'll have to ask the others, though, what they think.
Logan gives a more optimistic, nod of the head, and a very grateful smile to Izzy for having heard him out. I'll go wake him up. Sure.
It's now
Give you... Oh,
that both of your doors get knocked on at the same time.
hello?
Good morning.
Morning.
Sun's up.
Maybe come in?
He looks puzzled to Izzy.
Izzy kind of makes some last minute adjustments to her sleeping clothes.
Certainly.
Opening the door, as the both partitions slide, both into Oliver and into Oliver and Ryland's and into Isolde and Logan's, you would see two people you don't recognize. As well as a
Okay.
third who is stood sort of between them, poised as they all bow in unison. You would see two younger women currently now stepping into the room. If you would like, the mayor does have baths for you to partake in the early morning if you wish. As well, we have food prepared for you and yours.
Well, that sounds lovely. Don't imagine you have coffee as well?
We can have some made.
Thank you. We have our own, if you'd like it. Don't want to dig into your supply.
Please, allow us.
That's good, DM, because looking at my inventory, we do not have coffee. Actually, in fact.
You didn't bring any.
Yeah, we didn't. Fuck.
You'd be a big old fucking liar, is what you would
Yeah.
be.
Yeah.
On
My
second
brother,
thought,
a liar?
Yes, we will take your coffee.
Oathbreaker, Oathbreaker, Oathbreaker.
Oathbreaker. Aura of dread.
Sort of stepping past you, they would begin opening windows into the room, allowing fresh air in, as well as beginning to clean up some of the cleaning up the room as proper as you are sort of being guided by Emma out. All right, you're tapping along the ground with a 10-foot pole.
Very cool.
I'm afraid
am
there
so
are no
sorry.
traps here.
There are not. Sorry,
Little no, you didn't notice the reed-sized hole in the wall. The needle comes out.
DM, I would like to roll perception.
Away from me, peasant starts pushing the handmaidens with the pole.
Flicks them aside.
All right. Eventually, you are guided out to to the same chamber that you had been in before, although it has been cleaned up. And you are brought breakfast, although very obviously lacking is the mayor.
Is the whole party at the stable?
I would assume so.
Is Bari here?
She would have made her way there a little. Probably met you guys as you came down or came into the area with the tables.
Oh, she was already there. Nice.
No, like she came in when you guys came down.
Okay.
She definitely would not have gotten up early.
It's at this point now that you realize that there are a total of 4 servants to this manor. Although greeting you as well is an individual you met once. That'd be Rihanna, who is sat at the table already.
Rihanna's the first servant we found.
Rihanna's his sister.
Okay.
Emma is the servant. Along
thought
with
Emma
Yeah, the
was-
one. Sorry, the one with the huts for Ryland, right?
the blacksmith that you met.
Ah,
Oh.
right. Well, wait. I thought Emma was the innkeeper.
It was Aaron, I thought.
Aaron's
Oh,
the
Jesus. Oh, my God.
Nice. That's fucking
You
go,
son
brother.
of a bitch. You
Yes.
son of a fucking asshole.
Dude, your notes must look insane right now.
I hate you so much right
I
now.
literally haven't changed anything.
I hate you.
I don't know why.
Why?
So, where is the mayor?
Hold on, I'm typing up these names for him so that way he doesn't lose his mind.
Sizzle Psyche takes precedence.
I'm not good with names, man.
No. And then there are 3 other servants whom you haven't been introduced to, nor are they introducing themselves.
I reiterate my question, DM.
What was your question, sir?
Where is the mayor?
It'd be Rihanna who talks to you. He left early this morning. I barely caught him on his way out. I think he went to go talk to Dennis.
Makes sense. How are things in the town faring?
Well enough. I heard you were successful.
On the first step, maybe.
First step.
There's more to be done still. We think we know how to turn off the storm.
Turn off the storm.
I know, it sounds weird to say it that way. But from what we understand, it's not entirely natural.
I'll tell you what's not natural. The Rylan here can mean mug a storm to a quiet. That's how strong he is. Logan sort of grins across to Reyna and reaches over to give Rylan a pat on the back.
She smirks. Though there's a there's a somewhat confused expression as well.
No, he means it. We know how to stop it. Sort of.
We think we know how to at least try to stop it.
All right. Well, don't let me stop you then.
How are things at the smithy?
Tedious. Making a lot of nails. Overall, though, the reports of broken boats have settled.
Have you received any vessels in lately? Since yesterday, I mean.
Not since yesterday, no. Then again, I did leave my shop really early. Why do you ask?
Just curious. We came across a vessel on the beach. We weren't sure if someone had gone and gotten it yet.
Take a lot of work to get it off the beach.
The spear seems unusually industrious. I wasn't sure if you had managed to acquire it already.
I imagine they came to my shop and were disappointed it was closed. But no requests or anything like that. But if you say there's a broken boat, I imagine by the time I get back to the hall, there'll be somebody waiting for me with a request.
Well, I haven't forgotten my offer. Once we get some time, I can help you in the forge, even if I'm just making nails, so you can do something else.
Good. I was hoping you hadn't forgotten.
I did not.
And we wouldn't let him.
She wears a small smirk as she goes about drinking her tea.
DM, how do you pronounce her name again?
Rihanna.
Reyna. Reyna, when you saw your brother leave, how did he seem?
Tired. Like he didn't sleep too well.
Worn out, huh?
That's the way to put it.
Wouldn't want his job. Being all mayor-like.
No, me either. I quite like my forge.
And this town's full of rowdy folk, and I like that. Don't get me wrong. But I can see trying to get them together being very exhausting.
Not as rowdy as you'd think. Denos, sure. He's loud. He's just like the rest of us.
He nods very slowly. I can't help but notice that there's a strange, like, cultural difference of sorts among some of you.
Yes. Many of us still tie our lineage back to Yadagara. As such, we perform a lot of the practices here as we did there.
Oh.
My brother and I were
Well,
born
that-
here, but our father and our grandfather still practiced. So we practice.
Were they born there?
My grandfather and my father were, yes.
You ever think of maybe seeing their homeland?
I've thought about it many times.
Feel like I'd want to know. Is it true that it's full of storms?
From what I've been told. Worse than this.
And all the time? He gives Rylan a look.
Not all the time. There are moments of peace.
I imagine it would be hard to grow crops if it was storming all the time.
You'd be surprised.
Oh.
Tyros is beautiful. It's all I've ever known. But the stories I've heard of Yadagara, I hope I can see it one day.
Well, I'll say this. And Logan reaches across to impale what little bass he's got left. With, like, this fork he's got. No land more beautiful than Tyros. You can stake your fish on that.
She goes back to eating her breakfast.
I have to agree. Tyros is a wonderful place, but there is something to be said for home. I hope that you do get to see it.
For what it's worth, Tyros is my home.
Good. I hope to see that this town gets the proper recognition one day that it deserves.
She nods, wearing a small smile as she goes about eating her meal.
Well, how do you two sleep? Logan's attention sort of shifts from Rylan to Oliver.
Well enough.
Oh, he kind of moves the food around in his plate a little bit. It was uneventful.
Insight.
Okay, motherfucker. I put a hand on Logan. Hey now.
Yeah?
Roll it.
Very good.
Roll it, bitch!
Oh my goodness.
Wow, her poker face.
I feel like
is-
I deserve advantage. I know him since he's a kid, right?
All right.
What more do you want, you greedy fuck?
Is that a yes or a no? I'm
No!
fine.
You take your 25 and you like it.
Jesus Christ.
So, Oliver,
What do you want from me? What? What? Okay. So you could tell that he is not being truthful. Although it's difficult at first, like he sort of looks like he's sort of lost in thought as he rolls his food around. And then if you watch long enough, you sort of catch him glancing up at you very quickly to see if you bought it, and then very quickly back down when he realizes you're still looking at him.
Oh yes, his face wears this look of like having drawn a foregone conclusion based on Oliver's very many little micro expressions. Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
There is the millisecond of hesitation before he goes, mm-hmm.
Why you do it, Oliver?
What? He looks up from his food. Why'd I do what?
This is very like gripping and accusatory look on Logan. You know what I mean.
There is a moment where he is stubborn in his attempts at deception, and eventually he'd cave and his ears would pull back and he'd mutter, I just wanted to see if there was any significance.
Aha.
In what?
Titania. He leans over him.
I may have attempted to glean some insight from the blade.
Why?
Curiosity.
You didn't
I
go and
think
poke some
your blade.
holes.
What?
I think your blade.
He doesn't really have a response to that and just kind of flushes with embarrassment.
You didn't grab it and poke some holes in the wall with it,
No.
did you?
Logan, please. I'm not a child.
You found a blade?
The way.
Bari looks him up and down.
Is this really the time and place to be talking about this? Don't we have more important things?
I'm quite interested in
talking-
blades, Rihanna says from the other side of the table.
It's the breakfast table. So what did you glean? Share it.
Nothing. It
Nothing?
snarled at me and I went to bed.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on. What?
You heard me. It didn't want to be touched, so I stopped.
It talked to you.
No, it snarled.
Consent
All
is
right.
important.
You're right. He gestures to Bari. So how come the sword growled at you, Oliver?
It didn't want to be touched.
Well, I gather that. But how come the sword growled at you, Oliver?
You
On account of being a sword.
kind of considers. I'm afraid I do not have these answers that you seek, Logan. I only know what I experienced.
Rihanna takes a long drink from her tea before setting her cup down. She sort of gives it a small turn before setting a palm on the table. Did you pick it up?
No, if I picked it up, I would have said I picked it up.
I suppose it's on my brother to have warned you, given that you're staying in the guest room.
Of what?
The blade.
It belonged to, Barash's father, didn't it?
No.
Oh. His ears quirk up with curiosity, his embarrassment gone again.
It belonged to a man that my father slew. An honorable fight. His name was Daishi.
Why did he keep that blade?
You can see her take a moment as if opening her mouth to begin ready to explain it, but then sort of looks at you in a different light. The look of, you're an outsider. You don't really understand the customs. She pauses and then shakes her head. It was given to him.
By the one who...
By Daishi, yes.
Logan's attention sort of veers to the side. That's oddly novel.
She nods.
I wouldn't want to give my sword to the one that kills me.
I can assure you Daishi wouldn't have done it, but he was honor bound.
Brenda is Barash's sister, right?
Mhm.
Okay, just confirming.
What kind of honor would compel a man to do that?
You'd have to ask him. She says that, by the way, like it's just an everyday thing.
Ain't no thing but a chicken wing.
You think he'll growl at me?
Or attack you.
No, but I am interested. I want to know, like, the layers, the honor that the people in the East and here as well follow. If only to know. Right?
Perhaps that can wait, Logan. We have other things we need to focus on.
Quite right.
I appreciate your curiosity. Maybe another time.
Logan, whose plate is empty, sort of pushes it across. And having seen it before, gives a steep bow to those at the table. Especially the servants, right? And then he'll stand up. And go get ready.
They reply in kind as you bow. All of them in unison, very formal, very practiced. Although, albeit a different bow than perhaps you would see from Tarosi culture.
Yeah, he gives him the farmhand bow, for sure.
That boy eats his collard greens.
That's right.
Speaking of DM, what was breakfast?
Breakfast was a very a lighter breakfast, a serving of fish, along with a number of sort of steamed vegetables, as well as bowls of rice.
For breakfast, rice. For lunch, rice.
When
I
you're
feel
in-
like that's gonna be the story here.
Correct.
I mean,
You want a muffin? Get the fuck out.
We have muffin rice.
Where can I get a loaf of bread? Back the way you came.
You want noodles? Rice noodles.
I'm proud. Anything else you guys want to talk about or do?
I guess we just need to decide which path we're gonna take today. Are we going to go after the machine and the shrimp? Or do we want to
I think we have to
talk
hammer.
about... Hmm?
I think we have to hammer out some details with Barash and Denos first.
Okay.
Especially since there's, potential complications and everything.
What?
Figure out who was on that ship, on that boat, and get them under manners before they do
For the
something.
yeah,
do
Damn your
something.
soul to
performance.
oblivion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
before they go round 2 and Rylan loses his soul. I don't really want to deal with that.
Roll me
My
a con
boat-
save.
Yeah.
What?
Just falls
Speaking
over.
of which,
Yeah,
So-
during
Ooh.
breakfast falls into the rice.
God, this rice is really. Like what? What? God damn
It's
it!
over.
What
So
was
my
your
boat
vote,
isn't
Logan?
checking the weather engine. I like that.
Yeah, I mean,
I-
the weather engine I think is important. We need to at least figure that out. But if we can get a handle on the potential dark friendos first, it'll be a good start. And then we can meander out to the weather engine.
Chandra did tell you as well that the storm won't go away immediately.
No, but you can at least turn the rudder on a very big ship.
So, with the risk of Ryland's soul involved, I would argue that pursuing these dark friends would be priority number uno. The only complication is I'm not sure what our next step actually is in that, other than trying to track Barash down, who seems to have wandered off.
Well, the way I see it is, if people are up to no good, they probably want the storm to continue. And that would be making sure that whatever fix she implemented does not come to pass. So I think that inevitably, all roads will lead us to that. That's how I feel. I don't know how you guys feel, but
No, I mean, if we can at least lock that down and get that situation under control, then we can other things we can pursue at a much more less stressful pace.
Is it fucking with the weather machine also going to call in the galleon? I vaguely
I
remember
think we-
Chandra mentioning.
I believe she said we could use it to summon it, but I think just switching it off is a whole other thing.
we could start kicking down doors, putting people to the sword. See,
All right,
Ooh.
anti-paladin. All right, fucking oathbreaker, quit it.
I haven't made no oath yet. Like, if anything, let's get ahead of that now. You're the one who
Oh,
wants
I gotta.
to figure
Oh
it out.
boy.
This is my last chance to commit crime before I get sworn in.
Oh, okay, so I can't have an opinion now. That's great.
Mm-hmm. Not an oathbreaky one. Oathbreaky. Hope you got 2,000 gold to get your oath back.
I sure fucking know.
That's all right. Because in Baldur's Gate 3, you could just buy your faith.
You can't.
Shit.
I
All
actually,
right, then.
I think we should at least follow up with the constable.
And Barash.
Barash, because Barash was going to him to
Supposedly-
see Denos.
Supposedly they're together, so this will make it, hopefully, a one-stop shop.
we show up, they're killing each other.
Oh, well.
Show up and they're making out. What the fuck?
Oh,
Oh
well.
my goodness.
Don't mind me.
Isolde just pulls up a chair. Don't stop on my account.
Okay. Alright.
This is why he was so
Alright.
tense.
Well, anyway, back to...
He was being
Uh-huh.
tsundere, you know what I mean? Because the mayor didn't tell him.
Alright. Alright.
What? It's the right month for it.
Alright.
Is it though?
So we're gonna see the constable. Is that whatever we're doing? We're seeing the constable, right?
I believe so.
Any objections?
None from me.
Very well.
I do not have any myself. Again, I do agree that making sure Ryland does not get spirited away is probably higher up at the moment. Unfortunately, the wizard side quest is at the end.
So far, the wizard side quest is when you find a funny ruins or evidence of, let me know.
Yeah, pretty much. But it's like we'll get to that when our friend isn't in mortal danger.
Yeah, he basically was like, do whatever the fuck you guys are gonna do. Don't let me stop you. But if you find shit, let me know.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a funny orb.
And he did give Logan that weird twinge in his chest.
Yeah, with
Oh.
that weird little name that was weird for reasons. But yeah, let's
Sparked desire.
I agree we should probably see if Barash is talking to Denos and perhaps what about.
All right, let's go to Orc Daddy.
Yep.
Jesus.
Ready, objections in
Oh,
3,
God.
2, 1. I slam the mallet.
Gavel. Let's fucking go.
No Pokemon encounters along the road?
People pass you, going about their day, getting themselves ready to go out and fish. Nobody tries to stop you or anything like that, if that's what you're asking.
You just need some experience, yeah?
Psycho.
You arrive at the constabulary, making your way past the garden and the statues up to the steps and the door, which is unlocked this time, allowing you to step inside. You would see two familiar figures. You would see Denos Umar, the sheriff, and Barash Jornsson, which is the mayor. They are
Good stuff.
currently having a discussion at the moment.
Upon arrival, is it obvious what kind of the nature of the conversation is? What's the general vibe from them?
Roll me an insight.
Oh, all right. Damn, man, today,
You can
right?
tell that, at least just from their sort of posture, with Denos sat down, currently writing something, and Barash sort of stood to the side, arms crossed, looking at whatever he's writing. Whatever discussion had been happening and whatever sort of feelings that were there have been aired already. Like, there's already this level of, like, acceptance. Like, things have been hashed out.
No harm done to the table.
No?
Any damage as wasn't there before? Perfect.
As you step in, Denos lifts his head to look at all of you. Gives a nod as if he was expecting. Gestures with the side of his head towards the party, and then goes back to writing. And Barash turns to face all of you.
I hope that you slept well.
Quite.
But it's all right. Barry stretches.
Learning his lesson, Oliver doesn't comment.
And I hope that the meal was acceptable as well for your breakfast.
Perfect, yeah.
That's pretty all right. Barry's just grinning.
He gives a small chuckle.
And once again, I have to thank you for your hospitality. It's greatly appreciated.
Of course. You're my guests.
As your guests, we only hope to make the accommodation worthwhile. On to that matter, though, we should probably discuss how we're going to solve the various issues that are upon us. And I'm assuming that the two of you have discussed where we're at right now.
He looks back to Denos. Denos, who's finished writing something, you would watch as he pulls out a small little container, grabbing a pinch and then sort of dusting it over the fresh ink as he'd set it aside, dunking the quill back in.
I found the owners of the boat.
All right. Are they alive?
Obviously.
I don't imagine that's a tractate for the Inquisition, is it?
No, it's more if our worst fears are in play, they may have been used by others.
No. Logan means what Thanos wrote. He's pointing at him.
Oh,
No, it's not a summon. I'm completing paperwork for the Magister.
Oh, well, excellent. A shadow passes over Logan's face. So we're speaking to them?
We've spoken to them already. And I've tried to glean something from it. But they're refusing to speak. They deny any wrongdoing. And plead that they didn't steal it out of malice, that they found it
Found it where?
adrift.
are they detained currently?
They're in the cells.
Have you questioned them?
As I said,
No, I mean questioned them.
Like, put them through an ordeal?
Yes.
I sure hope not.
Denos
Not-
and Barash
not-
both take a little, look a little taken aback.
Not torture, I mean it's a serious accusation. Is there somebody in town who can compel truth magically?
God, Rylan.
What do you think I meant?
Logan sort of leans back into the frame of the door.
I'm not
your
a big-
wording could be better.
Oh, I thought it was pretty straightforward. Anyway,
Oliver
That
clears
seems
his
to
throat.
be a running thing, Rylan.
I'm making that a thing. Misunderstood from being too direct in his own mind, but not really, apparently.
Bari does that Shrek face where he goes,
You wouldn't happen to have anything, any of their personal belongings?
We've taken what they have, yes.
Ah, perfect.
Would it be possible for me to see some of their things? Anything. Just whatever you think might have been on them the longest.
He narrows his eyes at you.
Oliver kind of recoils at the glare.
He's not going to take the things. Our friend has abilities to glean past events through objects.
He does? Can you do that, Oliver?
He did it once before.
He does.
That's
To a
what that was.
degree.
A seer, then.
He'd stand up, not
Close
letting you
enough.
explain yourself. Having dubbed the title upon you already, he would turn.
You're now a seer. Enjoy it.
I love that.
Doesn't matter what anyone says, you're a seer.
well,
Reaching-
don't you tell us that? She like bumps him.
Look, there's a lot going on, okay? And I'm not really a
He paused, one finger looped into the key ring around his belt, and then once you go silent again, he grumbles and then pulls it free. You watch as he thumbs through the keys and finds, sort of approaching a locked sort of metal cabinet. He would undo it and begin rummaging through some of the things inside until he eventually returns and he would present something that he thinks would have been on them the longest, which would be a short sword, and its scabbard is still like bound by its belt. And he would set that down onto the table.
Despite having volunteered for this role, he still looks a little nervous with everyone watching him do this. As he just sort of wanders up to the short sword, and you see him sort of take it in his hand. First, looking it over with in the more mundane way with his eyeballs.
It is weathered. The scabbard itself is stained with salt. Even the belt, you can see the sort of lining on the interior is lined with that grime or that salt that tells you somebody's been wearing this and has been sweating with this thing on. Like, this thing has probably not been taken off for a long time.
He winces as this thing is currently in his hand. He looks up to the constable. Is it
He is
common?
staring daggers at you, waiting.
Oliver stammers. Is it common for fishermen to be wearing blades?
Of course. They have to protect themselves out at sea.
Oh, okay. And he would start to channel. He would, no longer using his physical eyes, he would close them and instead use the third eye as he begins to channel. And for a minute, quite literally a minute, nothing seems to happen as he focuses and sits there with everyone watching until, well, let's find out.
Post the ability, please.
Audible gasp.
Where the fuck?
Post it!
There it is. I gotta find it.
Dear God, man!
I'm trying.
Okay.
Other formula. Ooh. Well, that's two. That's one strain.
Wham. Your head explodes.
Nope. But it would be a minute, and then nothing would seem to happen until like you see blood coming out of his nose. His temples would start to would be visible and pulse. But it doesn't seem like it's not like magic in the traditional sense. There's no words, there's no ritual. He just does it.
There's a moment where Barash looks concerned, but Denos sort of has this. He raises his chin.
Not a very good seer.
Hey, he's trying.
Just give him some time. It's new at this.
I hate you guys.
Yeah, he's still a babe.
Oliver, your vision darkens, pulling in on itself considerably. Your attention now warped. You feel your perspective shift, now dropping several feet, and instead being hoisted around at the waist. You are revealed to the individual whom is wearing you. A man clad in relatively simple garb, a sort of rolled tunic and dark-stained pants with very similar matching boots. You can see that he has both of his sleeves pulled up well to the forearms and a number of tattoos that decorate down into his palms. Very similar brightly colored tattoos that you had seen on many of the other individuals here within town. As your vision warps through several hours, eventually pulling back to its furthest that it can, you would see this very anxious half orc who is currently wielding you sort of stood underneath the docks as the rain is being sort of buffeted away by the overhang. You would see beside him, because it lets you perceive out to 20 fucking feet, another half orc. Though this one's wearing a hood, sort of sheltering himself from the rain. Both of these individuals appear to be relatively young, well within their early 20s. And they would be standing underneath the dock for about 30 minutes. This is at the strike of midnight. Until eventually they are approached by a dark hooded figure. You hear, see and hear. Yes, you would. Okay. All right.
There are no secrets for
There
me.
are no secrets indeed. You would see the individual, sort of the approaching individual, who's relatively tall, perhaps a little shorter than the half orcs here. But you would see this individual approach and would pull his hood back. It would be a pale-skinned man with sort of shorter but pointed ears that are framed by this long flowing black waving hair that comes to rest down over his chest. He has sort of rounder features along his chin, though his chin does bear a that sort of cleft chin look, as well as sort of higher cheekbones, a half elf. You would see him sort of give a glance again over his shoulder and then looking to the two, and you would hear him say, "Were you able to find it?" Of which both the younger half-orcs give a shake of their head.
No, a group of wayfarers came through. They killed all the scuttlers near the boat, but when we got there, it was gone.
You see him grimace. This very deep-seated expression that he wears as he curses in Elvish.
Then you need to find it. Otherwise, you don't get your pay. It's simple. Find the wayfarers and take it by force if you have to. I don't care. Just make sure that you bring it to me. And make sure that nobody sees you.
You can see the one orc, the half orc in the cloak, looking relatively nervous.
Didn't you hear? That's the road warden's son. Not to mention that's the alderman's son traveling with him.
The half elf sneers.
I don't care. If you want your pay, you'll bring me that orb. Otherwise, consider it lost.
You see him sort of reach up, rubbing at his forehead for a moment. Roll me an Arcana check.
All right. All right.
Jesus.
Okay. For a moment, there's a air of stillness before the one whom is wielding you goes,
All right, we'll do it.
the other one looks shocked, though sort of very anxiously brings his hands together and nods along.
All right.
Yeah.
I'd like to use my inspiration every day.
Oh, would you now?
I would.
Let's see it. A 19 is considerably better. You would catch a gesture from the half-elf man that the other two didn't, given your ability to perceive everything in a 20-foot radius. You would watch as this individual casts a spell and mutters the words of power underneath his breath. given your 19 as well, and the very sudden acceptance of this half-orc. More than likely something involving enchantment. Eventually, the two part, now beginning to discuss plans of how the hell they're going to get into Durant's manor. Maybe they can take you off one by one. There's no way that they can take you as a group. They will certainly lose. There's talks of potentially poisoning your drink, potentially stealing from you by bumping into you, all manner of cliche ideas. And it's around 2 a.m. where a very haggard-looking Dennis Ulmar, clad in a cloak, holding his hooded lantern, having been walking up and down the roads, eventually comes across them as they are sort of skulking. What follows is a very short encounter where Dennis basically demands that they come along with him, and they say no, of which he puts the boots to them, medium style.
Excellent.
And of which they were very promptly basically thrown around by a very angry sheriff who dragged their asses back to the constabulary and have had them locked up for the remaining hours until the belt is eventually removed and you are only perceiving the inside of the locker.
Wow, it's cozy in here.
You'll have to stay here for the rest of the vision. No big deal.
And then the door opens and I see myself looking at the sword.
Wow, that'd be disorienting.
It's crazy.
Just for shits and giggles, roll me a wisdom save.
What?
Yeah, perceiving yourself.
Perceive. Wow. What the fuck does that even mean? I'm not that ugly.
It'd be disorienting as fuck.
You do feel your stomach rumble. This sort of weird kaleidoscope-like effect happening as you perceive yourself through another object while also being aware of yourself until you snap out of it.
And snap out of it he does as he jerks, face going a little green as he drops the short sword upon the table, using the table to steady himself. Wow. That was a lot. He would absently sort of wipe the blood from his nose on his sleeve and looks down at his sleeve, realizing that he's bleeding.
Yeah, you would see, as you've done that motion, Barash has been holding out a handkerchief for you to take.
Only after wiping his sleeve does he realize there's a handkerchief and uses that to sort of dab against his nose. He mutters a small thank you.
Were you able to see anything, Ollie? You were kind of gone for a while.
He nods. Yes, they're definitely guilty. What did you say they claimed? He looks up to the constable.
What do you mean?
Were they pleading innocence?
They were?
Ah, well. They're definitely your men, though it's a little complicated.
Complicated how?
They were approached by a half-elfin man with long black hair that went down to his shoulders. It seems they had an arrangement with this man.
Ooh, apologies. Hold on.
Oh,
I forgot I can actually just show you the fucking picture.
oh my god. An image. Wow, he looks pissed.
Oh, he absolutely looks evil. Holy shit.
He looks like a D-bag.
Yo, is that Strahd in his younger years?
Villain 1 acquired.
I'm gonna take that.
Apologies. I was like, what am I'm forgetting something. And then as I'm looking at his fucking picture, and I'm like, I feel like I'm missing out on something.
What's going on? I don't understand. Ugh.
Sorry, updating my notes. Yeah, he would, handkerchief still to nose, he would continue. A pale, half-elven man, younger, I think, tried to pay them to collect the orb, but they had objected. Complications, you see. He gestures to his own party. Seems the thing they wanted was not there when, after the Scudlers were killed. They were planning on ambushing us until you, Constable, found them.
He grimaces.
Not very well, mind you. A little comical. I think they were planning on dropping rocks on our head at one point. I don't know how that plan worked out, but anyway. It's not entirely their fault, though, he adds after a pause. One of them, I do believe, was enchanted into collecting the artifact from us. The other one, not realizing, agreed.
Barash's brows furrow, along with Dennis.
Whoever wanted this thing and paid these fishermen knows how to get into the minds of others.
Dennis sort of brings a hand up, rubbing it along his bald head, sort of resting the hand there for a moment as he shakes it.
I shouldn't have been so hard on them.
No, I think they still deserved it.
If they were enchanted,
You might be right. I can't go back and see too long. I wasn't able to spy whatever their original deal might have been, or if they were enchanted then too, so I suppose you're right. They do have some plausible deniability.
describe this elf again.
Younger, pale man, long black hair, definitely half-elven features. Tall, though not as tall as his goons.
They both sort of give pause. Barash bringing his hand up, rubbing along his chin.
Why does it sound familiar?
Sort of round in the face, high cheekbones. Oliver sort of continues as he realizes sees these two sort of trying to rattle their memories.
Would you be able to draw him if you could? If
I-
you had a moment.
Not
Hey, DM.
What's up, baby?
I'd like to use Divine Sense.
Sure. What are you looking for?
Ending that pike the interest of the ability.
Okay.
Yeah, in this inward moment of standing in the backdrop of the conversation, Logan's attention will sort of abstract to the surroundings of the place, trying to suss out the area.
I can let you know that you do not detect anything within 60 feet.
And this is within the space of the prisoners and whatnot, yeah?
Indeed.
Okay.
Although I will say, where they are currently, they would be behind total cover.
I think it only matters if it's lead or something, doesn't it?
As per its rules, that is not behind total cover.
Oh.
But I can assure you that nothing in this room is pinging divine sense.
Understood.
Also, to just sort of clear it out of the way, I'm assuming this guy does not look like Darren Locke.
Darren Locke, Sir Darren Locke was a human.
It's been a while, okay? What do you want from me?
A couple things have happened since then.
Okay.
Well, from what Oliver's saying, it sounds like these men's only crime is greed and being foolish. If they were compelled otherwise.
Could you take me to them?
Denos gives a nod. Turning back, he'd begin sort of grabbing at the keys on his belt. Eventually, you're led to one of the side areas. Is anybody following Logan?
Oh, Rylan is very obviously going.
I mean, Oliver's curiosity has been piqued. There's no way he's not going unless someone stops him.
Okay.
That's a call of everybody, right?
Unless you guys have any questions for Barash. All right.
Who?
Bear who?
You are led to the sides as a partition is opened, and you are led to another door, which is different from the rest, which is unlocked. They have multiple stages here to ensure that their prisoners are locked in. You
It's
would
a pretty
arrive.
secure facility, we would say then.
Huh?
It's a pretty secure prison.
Correct.
You're not breaking out of this without some effort.
Indeed.
Okay.
You would arrive, though having to descend a number of steps to what is effectively the basement. You would see the light that pokes through of the openings there at the top, sort of revealing the lightning-stricken sky that briefly illuminates, as well as the just the presence of those lamps that are here as well, bathing everything in that sort of just pale white. And you would see two half-orcs in separate cells, sat sort of away from each other, arms crossed, not really looking at each other, and they don't look at you guys when you enter.
Okay. Yeah, Logan sort of walked there in this pensive silence, saying nothing. His attention oddly focused forward until he's there. And as he views them over, this saturated blue color of his eyes gains a mirrory-like glisten, and they begin to shine a sunlight-like shine, as he again casts Divine Sense, viewing them over.
Fiend or undead within 60 feet of you. You know the type, but not its identity. In the same race, you can detect the presence of any object that has been consecrated or desecrated. Is there something in particular that you're looking for, brother?
DM, you introduced the term dark friends to the party. He's looking for dark friends.
I mean, I guess that would beg the question whether dark friends actually register as like evil.
Yeah. He doesn't know.
if you're using,
Sorry, I kept. Sorry, apologize. That's on me. I completely forgot about the first part, which was the strong, evil, and powerful good. In the first room, you wouldn't have detected anything. There's no. Actually, you would have detected powerful good in Denos.
My man.
And as you came downstairs and you did it again, you wouldn't detect any strong evil. But once again, powerful good.
And I imagine that by the second try, he'd learn to associate it with the constable.
Indeed.
no readings from the prisoners or anything.
Nothing that pings divine sense.
Yeah, as this golden-like discoloration subsides, it fades away in small trickles of gold-like buds, I suppose, returning Logan's eyes. He views them over.
You would hear the one who's, again, not really looking at you guys' back, sort of turned to you in the cell. I told you already, we found it while he was out of water. That's all. Just let us go.
Don't imagine I can inside that.
You're more than welcome to. What are you trying to glean?
Just telling the truth, I suppose.
Sure. That motherfucker's lying. It's very easy to tell as well, just based off the way that he's sort of postured himself, as well as the way that he speaks. Obviously, much easier to lie to somebody when you don't have to look them in the eyes.
There's this twinge of guilt in Logan's features that things have sort of come up to this. And he steals his expression and takes a brief look of Ryland there beside him, as though his presence in some way helps before he looks back to them.
Rylan is watching Logan for an indication because as of now, he has learned that Logan has the intuition, and it probably should be paid attention to.
Right, but you didn't. And now we know for sure.
As you speak, he sort of, both of them are startled. Having expecting Denos's voice, they both turn as if in unison to look towards the source and see you. Go ahead and roll me another insight check. And I'll say because you've already sussed out that one's a fraud, I'll give you advantage.
Oh. Thank you.
Both of them wear a very quick look of abject horror. One of the younger ones whose tattoos come down to like the insides of his palm very quickly looks away from all of you. But the one who had spoken is the one who stares the longest.
Which one is the one that wielded the short sword?
The one with the tattoos. He's the one currently not looking at the party.
Oliver's eyes are on that guy. He doesn't say anything immediately, leaning currently on the wall and looking a little sickly at the moment.
How specific is Oliver's stare?
I mean, if you're looking at him, it's quite clear he's basically staring holes into this guy's back.
Is it that one, Oliver?
That was the one who was wielding the sword, yes. And I think the one who was enchanted.
Enchanted, was he?
I would believe so. The other one went along with it, assuming after his friend agreed.
There's a look of horror on the face of the half-orc who is staring at you currently.
Logan snatches up a breath and very quietly mutters a prayer. And then he turns to face this man, and a very gentle light takes to the guild of his holy symbol. As, for now, without his knowing, he's blessed with this mirrory aura of guidance. Which I'm going to put here. Did that cast? You guys see it?
Nope.
No.
I did not see anything now.
The spell is not appearing. It
There we
now
go.
is.
You casting guidance on yourself or on Oliver?
On myself, yeah.
Understood.
You don't want Oliver rolling right now.
Denos speaks up, pointing at the first one who's looking at you.
That one is Fitch Porter.
He turns, gesturing to the one not looking at you.
And that's Garrett Fulton.
As each name is given, Logan's attention settles on each face very heavily, but it soon invariably returns to the one tattooed. They offered you coin. How much?
You're speaking to...
One with the sword.
Okay. You're speaking to Garrett.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
Oh.
You want to throw your guidance on that?
I mean, I figure I should.
Yeah, why not? What's the worst that could happen?
Okay. Give me just a second. He'd exhale. Finally turn to face you.
Four hordes of fangs.
As he says this, very slowly, Logan's attention turns to Denos. Has a kind of knowing look, an admission of guilt, before he turns to him again. Just to steal the orb.
You see him purse his lips. And then nod.
Why did you renege?
We didn't mean to. We got waylaid on our way back. Eventually, we got ashore and got separated. Too many storm scholars. We tried to go back and get it, but you and your friends found it already.
So she was successful in stopping, or at least delaying you.
He shrugs.
Why? Short on fangs? That's what it was. Coin.
There's a half-hearted shrug. This sort of crane of his head to the side, not really making eye contact with you.
As they avert their eyes, this only seems to swell Logan with this very powerful indignation. Do you know the manner of trouble you almost plunged this town into? The chaos you almost brought about? You could have gotten more than a few folks killed. He shakes his head, shading his eyes with shame felt for them. And then he turns his attention to Danos. I don't suppose they even know who their contractor is.
His eyes settle on the two. And the moment that the contractor is brought up, they sort of avert their eyes again. You can hear Dennis curl his fingers into his palms, this loud, audible popping of knuckles. You would hear Fitch speak up.
Nobody was meant to get hurt. It was just meant to grab it and deliver it.
What about those rocks you intended to drop on our heads? Our food you intended to poison.
You could see
Catch
him,
us in our sleep?
you could see him bring his hands up to his head, trying to like visibly shaken, like trying to figure out how the hell you know that.
No, it was just talk.
Just talk.
Liar! Bari growls out at him.
Not lying. Listen,
I'm done listening. You sorry lot. Pushed to murder for what? Fangs? You're scum. Brinier than the water on that shore. I sure hope you stay here in this cell. And get a lot of thinking going as you sit in it. In all your bitterness.
Fitch hangs his head. This sort of punch to his very person.
Ryland comes next to Logan's shoulder. You know who I am.
Fitch takes a moment, not really looking up for a second, but hearing your voice, there's a nod.
Ooh, doggy. So here's how I see it. You're involved in a very dangerous plot. One that could have spelled doom for this entire town. The thing you stole belonged to Chandra, the Storm Witch. And in so doing, she created this storm and summoned the storm straddlers to attack. People have been hurt. How many have died, Denos, so far?
we've had to bury 5.
5 people. You are responsible for 5 deaths. In any other place, your lives would probably not count for 5 of theirs. If it was my father here, he might recommend the gallows for all of you. Or, if you pled it leniency hard enough, perhaps a trip to a reformation camp of some kind. But you can start your journey to redemption now by telling us everything you know of this half-elf who paid you. Everything. Every detail. And if you leave anything out, we will know. And if you give us that, perhaps, maybe, I will let Barosh and Denos see to it that you start to make up for the lives lost that you had a hand in. Because otherwise, I take you with me to Elion's, and then it's off to the magistrate.
I will say, because of Logan's very thorough dressing down of both Fitch and Garrett, basically destroying whatever little morale was left, I'll say you can either roll persuasion or intimidation at advantage.
Ooh, what should it be? What should it be? Both are the same. So. It feels like more of it was an intimidation thing than anything. We're going to go with that.
Pick your roll, brother.
18.
Fitch hangs his head, sort of sort of shaking it from side to side, as if in disbelief. Eventually, it's Garrett who speaks up.
He works in the town.
He sort of shifts, looking back, not looking at any of you, but looking at Denos, as if letting Denos know what he's meaning.
He's the dockmaster. Carlisle Delwyn.
And?
He approached us maybe 2 weeks ago. He said he wanted to pay for a very dangerous job. He said because the mayor didn't care for Chandra anymore, then it would be okay. And he was willing to pay us 4 hordes of fangs.
4 hordes. What does 4 hordes of fangs come to?
400.
400, okay.
So, fangs are silver.
Right.
Every 100 of a coin in Tyros is known as a horde.
It was basically 4 gold.
4 gold, yeah.
Okay.
But he's
That's a
paying
lot of
400 silver.
But that's a lot of money
It's
for
a
like a
lot
fisherman.
of money.
Yeah.
And I don't suppose you ever stopped to wonder where a dockmaster got that much money to just give to fishermen for a dangerous job.
He wasn't from here.
You can see Denos sort of muse for a moment.
How long has he been dockmaster then?
It's here that you would hear another voice from behind, as stepping down the steps would be Barash.
He's only been our dockmaster for a year.
Oliver looks up. How did he get the job?
The position needed filling. And he seemed relatively knowledgeable of the ins and outs of it.
Don't suppose he's in town.
Here's the place.
Well, we might want to get on that.
Well, there's more though, isn't there? Like I said, don't leave anything out.
As Ryland says this, Logan shoots a scowling look past the cells. That's right. We might get to save some lives now.
Think of it as paying it towards your debt.
And that's a long ledger, my friends.
He told us where to go. And he gave us a potion. Lets you breathe water. We dove down. We got it. And then we came back. But about halfway there, started hearing voices. And then worse yet, we were getting attacked.
We tried to make it back, but kept getting waylaid. Until eventually we were forced to beach the boat. We had to flee because of the storm scuttlers. When we came back, there were already people grabbing them. The boat was empty. We met with Carlisle. And he said he wanted it. By any means necessary. You can see his brows furrow, as if confused with what he's about to say. And I agreed.
How did it feel when you agreed? Oliver, at this point, sort of slips between Rylan and Logan, if they let him, wandering up to the edge of the cell, still with now bloody handkerchief to nose.
Logan doesn't just let him. Logan stands behind him and acts as his hype man, just mean mugging from above. Just in case they get the idea that they can scowl down at him or treat him any less because he's not as big, you know?
He grimaces when the question is presented, as if he's been sort of trying to push that thought out of his head.
I felt like something was crawling under my skin.
Was there ever another point when you felt this way, talking to the Dockmaster?
Every time I've talked to him. Gives me the creeps.
Well, creeps, yes, but be specific. Was there ever a specific point when he told you something or asked you to do something that you felt this prickle, let's say?
After we told him no the first time. Listen.
So you...
I was pissed at Chandra. I didn't win last tournament. But I wouldn't go so far as to steal. But money's money.
Oliver squints. You declined him at first, and then agreed because of your annoyance at Chandra and money. Am I correct?
You see him sort of furrow his brow, sort of look off to the side.
Yeah.
He looks over at... This is Garrett. He looks over at Fitch. Did you ever feel this crawl up your skin?
Fitch shakes his head.
But you agreed when Garrett agreed, right?
Because he agrees to anything he says, obviously.
He scowls at you. This very genuine look.
He's my brother.
Sure, it makes sense. But Garrett did agree first, didn't he?
He nods.
Oliver would turn on to Barash. You said the position needed filling. Why?
We had lost our last one.
To what? Specifics, please. If you don't mind. The inquisitiveness is sort of stifled a little bit.
The wisdom spoke of him dying of a heart attack.
He was a healthy man aside of that.
Healthy as the rest of us.
Seems strange that he would die of a heart attack out of the sudden like that.
As this is being discussed at the end, what's Dana's expression?
Denos looks racked with emotions currently. There is anger that is present at the forefront. There is disgust that is also sort of brimming to the surface. There's this level of guilt that he wears, especially from what Oliver would have seen of him, just how bad he thrashed these two. And as the lines of questioning are being sort of answered, the more his expressions or like his emotions sort of become more muddled.
Okay. So, this is a kind of Hail Mary here. But going off of Oliver's line of questioning, and knowing that Danos was around for the investigation of the previous Dogmaster, I think Logan would work under the assumption that he's trying to think it through, see if there's any connection. Thus, he beseech Eivor, whisper, and plea, and give our friend the constable guidance.
You're trying to guide him to do what?
To figure out if what Oliver is saying has any connection with the new Dogmaster and he's appointing. I imagine it's like a history check, right?
Certainly. Go ahead and give me that D4 roll, please.
Nice.
Let me check his character sheet real quick.
I feel pissed. Logan touches him. I feel enlightened and still pissed.
Oh, he's gonna need it.
Ooh.
Oh, there's a two there.
Okay. Literally just pushed him to a 15. All right.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Clutch.
There's a moment where Denos's expression sort of pulls in on itself before this almost eureka moment. He turns, sort of looking now towards the two guilty party and then back to you.
Ellis was in his prime. He was only 30.
Oliver, his ears kind of pull back as the line of questioning, as these questions are confirmed, and he doesn't like the look of it, but you can see there's something in his eyes. Was Carlisle in town before the Dockmaster died?
He was. He had been here for a week. He was tutoring under him.
Why?
And then the Dockmaster dies of a heart attack.
Did the Dockmaster... Sorry if this is a little, asinine, maybe. But did the Dockmaster say why he chose Carlisle as a tutor? Or to be tutored, excuse me.
You can see Denos sort of muse for a second.
We found it odd that he didn't pick any of the other young boys. But he suggested that Carlisle and him shared this similar interest. A connection or some such.
From out of nowhere.
You can see him... Actually, yeah. You would see him turn and fucking just rock the wall with his fist.
Oh,
Oliver, the detective, immediately jumps into Oliver, the scaredy cat.
Logan catches him.
Hides behind Logan.
Yep.
That would have to be, if what you said was true, Oliver, some sort of magic. That would have to be very powerful enchantments indeed.
And not your fault. This, Logan says to Denos.
Not necessarily their fault either, Oliver glances to the two fishermen.
Whoever Dogmaster really is, whatever he learned, it's easier to manipulate weaker minds. And if you only have to do it with one, and others will follow, well...
Might not a medium enchantment applied conservatively over a long period of time also accomplish the same thing as a more powerful one?
Huh?
There are certain spells that can be recast upon the target. But again, those could keep someone indebted. I don't know if that's the right word. To someone for quite some time. If he was working faster than that, it's probably just better to create a strange connection, as you said.
You repeat a lie long enough, it starts sounding like the truth. I've seen that before. Don't need magic.
It's magical gaslighting. All right. So it seems that this man has a lot more to answer for. Perhaps several things. First, you in the cell. While you may be the victims of compulsion, you do still have to live with the consequences of what you were a part of. I'm satisfied to let Barash and Danos deal with you in whatever manner they see fit, and I'm sure they will be fair. As for this Dogmaster, we should get him under manners and quickly, before he has a chance to escape. If he's learned that these folks have been captured, he might already be on his way out.
Rylan. We know the constable will be revising his report to the magisters. You should put your signature on that. Add some weight to it.
I'll do whatever is needed to exonerate the town from any wrongdoing. Giant Spear is our neighbor. I want to see them as a full-fledged town as much as anyone else. After this, they sure as hell deserve it.
Oliver peeks around Logan. We should also, well, maybe after we confront Carlisle. But the wisdom might also be someone we can ask if she was there during the previous Dogmaster's death.
You see Denos growl, this low, reverberating noise as he sort of clenches his fists again and then finally exhales, bringing a hand up, rubbing at his sort of sweat-beaded forehead. I'll go write my paperwork. He would turn, sort of pushing past everybody to make his way upstairs. Logan, having basically fucking succeeded every single insight check today,
Goddamn.
it is easily apparent that though you tell him he is not guilty or anything like that, he bears that guilt of like being short-sighted and sort of ignorant to everything very heavily. That he's let all of this happen when he could have stopped it, had he just been a little bit more suspicious.
And he dragged his weaker-minded brother along for the ride. Made him just as guilty.
This is Denos.
Oh, Danos, yes.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, at least he got guidance this time, right?
Garrett and Fitch sort of hearing this, the idea that they've been compulsed sort of sickens them. Fitch looking very sort of concerned in the way of Garrett. That sort of, though not blood related, but still familial bond between them. There's that level of concern there. The idea that his brother had been warped in some way by this twisted person and sort of robbing them of their choice. And you can see that Garrett bears that same sort of disgust, but the look of guilt still very present. This guilt of not being able to resist it, of having been so weak-willed that coin and magic was able to sort of subvert his morals and his ethics, and that he has sort of become lesser for it. And eventually he would just turn away from everybody entirely, just sort of pulling in on himself.
Watching this warping guilt in his expression, very curiously, Logan leans closer to the bars. And his voice, with all the heft and anger that it had before, lightens. We do not know what magic or strength of will the foe has. At times we don't even know where they'll strike from. But you only need to look at the stories. They always come to us when we're at our weakest. When those around us ail. When our expectations aren't met and our dreams are not fulfilled. They found you at your lowest. But if nothing else, my own brother, Rylan here, is right. This is only an opportunity for you to do better. That's what life is, right? Doing better next time.
This is a brief moment, sort of giving a passing glance over his shoulder in your direction. A small, almost unnoticeable nod of his head of agreement, before turning his attention back towards that small opening in the cell at the top that is allowing the flashes of lightning to pierce through. Barash makes a gesture, gesturing from all of you to start head upstairs.
I will easily follow.
Absolutely.
Oliver takes sort of a final glance back. Probably the slowest to go up the stairs, unless somebody specifically stays behind. And would sort of waddle his way up the stairs. Nose dried at this point, but still feeling a little woozy.
Eventually making your way back upstairs towards the sort of office area that is Dennis's workspace. You would see him very furiously writing with his quill on paper, practically threatening
His second quill.
Correct. Practically threatening to shatter this one as well. And just like Logan had guessed, he is in fact rewriting his letter to the Magister. He doesn't really look at anybody. You can see a vein bulging on his forehead. It's sort of shallow breathing. Barash turning to look at all of you.
I can point you in the direction of where Carlisle lives. I don't know if he'll be there still, but I'll have the others as well investigate the beach.
It'll be difficult to catch him if he's that versed in enchantment. Duskbrand didn't teach me much about the school, other than to avoid it. Admittedly. I don't think he had much of a taste for it. Only to be... He gave me warnings when I was taught under him.
Then I'll let them know that if they see him to not approach.
Our best bet is to get in there and subdue him as quickly as possible.
Should it be us?
Should be everyone who's able.
I don't think we should be us who lead this. It should be him.
Can definitely
Logan
back
sort of
them up, at least.
he agrees, but then he gestures to the mayor. Should be
Oliver.
you leading that.
He is right. It is your town. Let us support you.
Then we shall go together.
Agreed.
With
Oliver
that-
kind of.
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
I fucking grabbed Oliver. With that, an objective prepared to head to Carlisle Delwyn's home. This perpetrator here who's been enchanting the people of Duran's Spear. The party at the ready. That's what we're going to call it for tonight.
Nice.
Nice.
Was not planning to do an investigation today, but looks like that's what we did.
Now you've got my attention.
I felt like we were playing Heavy Rain.
Sean!
Thank you guys so much for playing. The next time we will be playing will be the 16th of June. Father's Day.
Storms are brewing.
As the storm rages in Duran's Spear.
That's right.
I'll be right back, and when I come back, we'll be doing fan art. There is a lot of it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So much, chat. So fucking much. Oh, that was a lot of notes today, too.
An insane amount.
You're hanging in there. You three really carried the investigation stuff. I was saying to Sirik that if I were only a little bit more ruthless on Isolde.
You can learn.
I mean, she's still a baby sorceress.
Maybe, like, the tribulations of the world will wear us down so that we leave morality behind.
Perhaps. But like I was saying, Rylan, I was like, man, I went to Oberon Brain for a moment, and I was like, I have a lot of creative uses for shape water right now.
Oh, fuck.
Have you ever been waterboarded with the same water over and over?
It's like, there's no Geneva Conventions in Tyros, right? Cool.
Oh, I'm already an outlaw. I'm just gonna...
What else can they put on me? What else?
They can only hang you once. Well, looks at Talanos.
Geneva Conventions or Geneva Suggestions? You choose.
So anyway, I invented the shotgun.
That's true.
Or as Canada and Poland refer to them, the Geneva Checklist.
Oof.
Oh god.
Also, just listening to those NPCs react, you're like, how the fuck do they know? Good job,
Oh
Ollie.
yeah.
Good
Yeah.
job fucking with their brains.
Oliver the investigator, the Sherlock Holmes of the party.
I see into the past. With
Man,
your
he's gonna
wallet.
touch stuff that he wishes he
I'm
didn't.
gonna touch everything.
Touch
The
so much
CCTV.
stuff.
What?
The mental CCTV.
Yeah. I told Crowd when I got this read object spell that the original purpose Oliver used it for was to figure out where his mom kept hiding the cookies. When he was a kid.
How far he's come.
Yep.
Should always find him with the empty jar.
Yep.
Trying to figure it out, trying to suss her out.
Okay, and she'd hide them in like under like the floorboard, and then they
The
still get
most
found.
obscene, unthinkable places.
Under the floorboards, like the freaking telltale heart.
Ah!
The floorboards, in the rafters.
All right. Apologies about that.
No problem.
Fan art.
Fan art.
Dear God, I gotta scroll up.
Yeah, good fucking luck, dog. It's great because like the relevant shit for this session is like several pages down from the stuff that was drawn over the course of last week. The artists went insane. You gave them a week.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know, he says with a distinct twinge of regret.
When did fan art start?
Oh.
I believe the last batch was,
I believe it's the 27th. Is when
Yeah.
we got new pieces. All right. This should be the first piece. A little treat. Oliver. Drawn by Soup. Heads up. About 85% of this is Soup.
Soup went hard.
I have to save my reaction because otherwise I'm gonna die.
I sadly still do not know how to show videos properly without weird fuck ups. But there is some animated stuff made by Soup, which is fucking fantastic. I highly recommend scrolling up and finding it. It's very good. We have the twins. We've got Grayson and Oliver. God, he looks so happy.
Yeah, they look so. He looks so happy.
We've got Rylan.
I want to see these fan arts. I gotta scroll in.
You can look at his screen.
Mm-hmm.
We've got another piece of Oliver and Grayson. I believe that's the Renkir in the background.
Teeth.
We got
Teeth.
Himbo and Catboy. An immediate follow-up. Episode 2, hour 5, 7 minutes, 52 seconds. You look like shit, Ollie. The twins looming as Oliver prepares to use the key card.
He's so precious.
I'm gonna push the button now.
Beep, boop, beep, beep.
Oh my goodness.
We got Grayson dripped out. With her
Oh my
shickle.
goodness.
Hey, oh.
We got
She
Izzy
looks like
showing off her scales and her hair.
Look at that big old murder smile.
That's my teacher.
And some bangies.
See, this is why I prefer evocation. A lot more honest.
Oh yeah, you do mind games? Fireball.
Oliver promised his mom.
I finally got my 6 bars of soap, guys. We're good.
He promised he would
I'll
be
be
a clean
squeaky.
boy.
You, Oliver's gonna have like a disadvantage to stealth because he's gonna like the smell of soap is going to follow him around with his 6 bars.
Grayson with her running mascara. Another Ollie piece. He looks so happy.
He always looks so happy. Last. Why does it say last? What? Oh, lost. Oh, fuck. I mean, that's also true.
We have an explanation here. Why do I draw
Born.
so much? Well, you see, doing it so much helps with shapes. First draft, last draft. Over time, I draw better and faster. I simplify and only keep what's necessary. 1 day apart, 20 minutes, less than 10 minutes. We can see the changes in designs. And sometimes I draw it perfectly the first time, and I just try to figure out how the fuck I drew that.
Artists everywhere slowly nodding.
For bait, you need something pretty unaware of its surroundings.
Hey! What the fuck? I'd be pissed if I was paying attention. That's fucked up.
Episode 5. Who's that supposed to be?
That's supposed to be Grayson's dad, Ranald.
Oh.
Damn.
We were talking about the bait for the manticore.
Wow.
That's what that is.
Ooh.
See, I know because I'm the one who made like the funny suggestion. It was a joke, and we both looked to all. So
Understood.
Yeah.
I'm like, who the fuck is this man?
yeah.
Years without Grayson have not been kind to him.
Jesus.
It's a Reynold.
Reynold, what
My man
happened to you?
turned into...
Oh, Jesus.
Got a little doodle Eden.
Dwagging.
Show my chumby boy. There he is. There he is.
End of episode 3. We all missed you. No one hurts my family.
Don't do it.
Damn, Rylan, you want a kiss about it?
He does kind of have, like, the, like, fuck me eyes. I'm not gonna lie.
Right?
No one hurts my family. And Gil's unfucked by it.
Oh.
We got great
What?
Trauma.
Never mind.
Trauma.
Don't worry about it.
When you're a bad bitch on the outside, but a sad bitch on the inside.
Episode 4. Is that how things usually go? No, don't worry. After 2 or 3 murders, you'll get used to it.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Bad bitch. I'll cry a little.
2 or 3
I
murders
just-
later, you'll be fine.
Imagine Grayson with the shirt, like, on the front that says, "Do not fuck with me," and then on the back, it's like, "I will cry."
Yeah.
Where's a jacket so you can't read the back?
Oliver's face
Oh.
literally about to explode, but being saved.
Oh,
by
hi,
Rylan.
Mr. Cartwell.
I love the face
Yeah.
on Rylan.
Nutty.
For exhaustion, trying to carry 25 pounds.
Ow.
Their looks, just staring at him.
Wow. All right. Fucking looks of martial supremacy. I see.
It's a Hagen cat boy.
They got like regular show faces. Oh my goodness. He's got little claws.
Pat pat.
He'll kill people.
Those scratchers.
Stop. He's a fearsome warrior. Baka.
Episode 4. And now you're gonna tell your mom I made a terrible oatmeal. She's gonna hate me. No, it's good. I swear.
It's insane to think these are timed.
I
Yep.
love this.
You can go find that now.
Izzy various hairstyles. Thanks to her new folk magic.
My goodness.
Izzy and Oliver bonding over having talked to a dryad and a blink dog.
You got licked by it.
I like how he looks like an Animal Crossing character.
He does.
He does.
And then you have
I love
Izzy
that.
who looks normal.
I really love how, even though Izzy and Logan are twins, Soup makes really subtle, but efficient distinctions between our characters that really give them a lot of personality.
Agreed. As shown here.
It's very excellent.
Observe.
Oops.
Potato.
Yes.
Logan's distinct feature. Potato.
Potato.
The best thing in the world, potato.
Potatoes are pretty dope.
Accused of lying. Guilty cat boy.
Aw. Hey, that's relevant to this session. How'd they know?
Episode 4 at the 4-hour mark. Look at him go, snoozing. Fantastic. Wow. Carried like a potato.
Honestly, big cat vibes. Does nothing. Everyone's like, oh my god, look at that.
I mean, that is pretty much what owning a cat is like. It's like, oh my god, he's so amazing. He's just sleeping. What the fuck? That's right.
Bro just wanted to be a
It's
farmer.
amazing.
It's a
Still does.
disassociation.
The war hasn't ended for Logan O'Wayne.
I'll never have kids. Guinevere in the background. Not until I'm married, of course.
Damn.
Animated like shine noise.
Feel the rumble of the earth.
Rylan cam, live Rylan reaction.
Logan, I need you to roll a wisdom save.
Logan gets hurt, gets to draw cool wounds.
Logan, you're purple.
Whoa, sick.
Damn, homeboy got fucked up.
I remember at that moment, Izzy's worry shook me, the player.
Shook.
I was like, oh fuck, my character's sister is worried about him, and I need to do some roleplay shit.
We got a local shark.
Nah, she's not a shark.
You called her a shark.
No, I didn't.
You called her a shark, and you said her shark people.
No, you're
You
a shark.
said that in the kitchen.
No,
Yes.
no,
Uh-huh.
no.
Can't tell who's gaslighting who here.
Yes.
Yeah, fair, probably.
But you made a deal with a fucking hag. I made different.
I'm still enjoying the live Rylan cam. I feel like that's gonna be like his thing is just like sip, eyebrow raise, like the fuck.
An amazing action piece of Logan with his firebrand.
My goodness. Oh my
I
goodness.
loved that when I saw it. It was perfect. I love how he catches momentum. How he seems to swing with the sword rather than swing the sword. If that makes sense.
Gotta put your whole body into it.
So good.
Nani?
Parry this.
Also, I love his shorts. Can I say that?
Fearsome blade. He got the cargoes.
We got an Izzy Doodle from Seat.
My god, steamy.
Oh, hello.
Oh, she even got like little horns.
Soon, TM, soon.
Some cat boys.
Always.
He's dumb as shit.
What the fuck?
Smartest guy at the
Oh
party.
no.
Literal moron.
Being intelligent has never stopped me from being a complete dumbass.
I feel like that's true for a lot of people, though.
Bro, I love fan art so much because it's like there's so many times where like we're drawn so cool, but in actuality, like we're walking around like this with like all our gear on our back.
Yeah.
I put it in shadows. All
That's,
our gear is just
that's
shoveled
Isolde.
on our back.
That's
Oh my
Isolde.
God.
All the way to Durant Spear. That was her carrying her shit. Like, guys, could we like sort out inventory? And we're like, yeah, whatever.
Oh god.
Every time
Yeah.
she takes a step, cling, cling,
Cling,
cling.
clang, clang.
We got Bari. Legit surprised Oliver didn't run away. And Oliver being a catboy doing his fucking best.
That was during combat, right?
I think
I
that was
forgot that.
after the that was during the Storm Scuttler fight.
Yeah, see, that's his face. That's the face he makes as he psychically stabs a lobster.
Speaking of psychically stabbing,
Uh-oh.
What else do you do with a lobster?
Oh my goodness.
explodes pancakes with mines. Oh, my fucking pancakes.
No. Got him.
That's 2 strain, by the way.
Yeah, it was too strained to read an object, so. Fun fact, we have disadvantage on strength, dex, wisdom, and charisma right now. Isn't that crazy?
Listen, if this half giant gets a fun-sized cat girlfriend, then this half giant gets a fun-sized cat boyfriend.
What the fuck?
I see. And so the slashing begins.
Just talk to her like a person. Over coffee, it's a nice gesture. Gosh, I should ever go with Mom.
Are you courting Miss Duskbrand?
I just now saw the sun though.
Hi.
Then shut up and go.
Hi.
Hmm.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
All right, Gran.
All right.
You want to talk about it?
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, let's go over
What?
it. Oh, I think I know what you're looking at, Doug. Go on, show the class.
I did.
Yep.
Oh, yep, there it is.
There it is.
Yeah, why Oliver got such a huge dumpy? I don't remember putting that in my appearance portfolio.
Just
all
see it's
the
been added in
intelligence is
all
stored.
caps.
Surprise,
Yeah,
you
this
dumb
is-
bitch. You got
This
a
is what happens when
donkey.
you don't include like details in your character. The artists take liberties. I
Yeah, I don't
forgot
remember
to
that
say.
outfit either.
Yeah. You know, I forgot to mention like waistline, so a fatal mistake.
I mean, you did it to yourself.
This is-
I mean, look at that.
Actually,
What do
amazing
you mean?
follow-up is soup ship art. Oh my god, he's holding his sleeve because he's worried he's gonna
True.
get hurt. Gren ship art. Oh my.
Yeah, fucking Gren the Goon.
That's amazing.
We've got a piece from Yoshi.
Oh my
He's 2
goodness.
inches tall.
Stop. Why? Why would you?
What do you mean?
Why would you draw this doodle just to call him small? What the fuck?
Actually correct.
No, get that thing out of my
That's his
face.
character's name, but yeah,
No,
this
that is cursed. Get that away. Get that thing off the screen.
one. Very well.
I've seen enough memes of that with the Call of
Battle
Duty.
made.
Oh Jesus, it gets worse. Oh my God, why is he so badass in a maid outfit? What is this shit?
Smug cat made.
It's like his spear broom.
Actually, I don't think that's a. Never mind. I see the collar.
That is. Uh-oh.
Bottom.
Yeah.
Common magic book. Bro, check this out. Izzy learns how to
Pride Month
cast
begins.
laser pointer.
I hate it here. Why do I just keep taking Oliver L's? What is this?
A fantastic piece of Ryland's deal with Chandra the Tide Witch.
My goodness.
I can't wait for
I'm-
you to break your promise.
I mean, when
the kiss.
when you draw her like that, then yeah, obviously we're gonna, I'm gonna make a pact with her. Like,
And of course I want to be punished.
maybe you had my soul the moment you crawled out of the water.
Episode 7, 3-hour mark. I took an oath. Bart smile. Fuck it, I'll do it.
I want you to know that's word for word. No alliteration, word for word, no paraphrasing. That's exactly what it's fucking said. Soup's funny.
I think this was. I think. Yeah, Soup was like trying to doodle while at work, and this was their work fan art.
Oh, that's
They're
amazing.
Fucked. I have a crush on every one of our friends. Raise your head, brother. Me too. We're both fucked.
Unfortunate.
The ginger life.
Oh god.
When my brain explodes and I die, my ghost will haunt you guys. When your brain what?
True.
What? Huh?
That's so true.
Who let this cat in.
Look at the little cranium. That's a bomb.
He boots too big for his feet.
He's so tiny, like a little guy.
No, I'm not a little guy. I'm 5'8".
Well, you're just a little guy.
He's now our littlest guy.
Episode 2, the 2-hour mark, Jaunt. Oliver's an amazing depiction by Soup of Jaunt, by the way.
True.
TP's 30 feet away. No thing, just slash. Kills a fucking gobbo in half.
Yoink.
Psycho.
Wah.
Dirty job, but someone gets to do it.
Speaking of small, he asked for no pickles.
Oh no.
He asked for no pickles.
Look at his little hands.
He's so tiny.
Bitch, what the fuck?
That's just a little guy.
We have we have Logan and Rylan enjoying some McDonald's.
My God. I remember that part. Yeah, I remember
Wait,
that
what?
part of the end.
Why did Rollin not get a burger? What?
Oh, he already ate that shit.
Sorry, there's a shaded version of the fan art I just showed.
Oh my goodness, improved.
Looks even better.
Oh, that looks great.
Look at him go.
That's Oliver.
No, no, no. No.
Yes. Yes.
Oh gosh.
There's Oliver again with them big ol' eyes.
Big old lies.
Oh my god. The strain
Oh, God.
levels.
Uh-oh.
My brain's gonna fucking explode. Dude, 5 strain looks fucking gross.
It's
Jeez.
you know, I guess that's why it's disadvantage on charisma checks.
Doesn't string even go further up as you get levels?
Yes.
So you can get even more fucked up.
Yes.
Understood.
That's right, baby.
So that
Can't wait.
long line is gonna get longer, huh?
That's right. I'll fucking look like Vecna by the end of it.
I was gonna say, you're gonna go from like 0 to Emperor Palpatine real quick.
I remember when you first said chocolate.
Well, actually, this is a improved one.
Getting pushed around by Logan.
A sketch of the galleon. Storm Mother.
Oh my goodness.
Catboy in peril. I love that. Oh, that's great.
Good lord.
Oh,
Catboy
sorry, there's
in
a
peril.
fully colored one, which looks even better.
Yeah, Mama Scrimp is, that's gonna be interesting.
Please don't improve Oliver. He's perfect like that. Just like that.
Just the little doodle.
Another rendition done by Suffering Gob, which is also fantastic.
Why'd he get all his hind legs like that?
Combo
Specifically
move.
to fuck us up.
A colorized version.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be on the galley, you son of a bitch.
Nah.
You son of a bitch.
Catboy for scale. Doom.
What? Me when I turn on the funny store machine.
More Catboy for scale. Oh my god, Oliver, watch out!
Why do they keep throwing a little? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just wait, brother.
Why do they keep throwing him in danger? He's perfectly capable
actually
of
in
murdering
danger right
himself. This is fucked up.
The
Oh my
most
god.
danger he's ever been in.
Why me? Why?
Die.
I understand.
Fantastic rendition of Chandra by Suffering Gob. Oliver
Oh
to
my
scale.
goodness. She looks really tired. She just wants her orb back.
Okay. So this is this one. Everybody, did they do a follow-up to this? Or is that the... Looks like that's the one. Okay. So here is... I believe they were building character references for everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of
Nice.
scars.
Hello.
My God, you got fucking chunks taken out of you, brother.
Something.
God damn.
Dream body type.
Everything hurts.
We've got a piece of, I believe, Logan and Oliver.
Okay.
I'm scrolling past the sketches because I think they're actually finished, all of the outfits. Actually, I might be wrong. Let me scroll back up. Okay, yeah, so here we go. We've got... where did they... We've got some outfits for Rylan. Half of the outfits for Rylan.
Slay.
Damn.
Like a slay.
I like the first one. It looks...
Coffee shop.
The McDonald's.
This is McDonald's outfit.
Oh, yeah, man. Everyone's got to have one.
We have the second half.
That's the bad end where he doesn't make road warden. Damn.
Forced to work at McDonald's.
The third one's actually pretty cool. I like the pauldron on that. The second one's insane.
Hellfire!
Dog fire.
We've got Grayson outfits, the first half.
Damn.
I like the fourth one.
The fourth one and the last one.
Where it's all scarf.
And the second one, yeah. That's pretty great.
We got the other half. I like all of her cosplay.
Stop stealing my clothes!
No.
Oh, we got her in a suit. Very good.
Hell yeah.
We've got, as Soup puts it, pretty woman.
Pretty woman.
Many dresses.
Sick.
Damn, boy. Damn, boy. She's thick. We've got our first half of Oliver Doodles, also McDonald's outfit.
God damn it. No, don't send me to the Mickey D's.
I was gonna say, it looks more like a Starbucks to me.
I would like to work at Goth IHOP on Grayson. Thank you.
We've got the
Nice,
second
nice.
half. Some, what look like some really awesome, like, Wayfarer outfits. I especially like
Nice.
the fourth and the sixth one.
True.
We got some Bari outfits. God damn.
Double dipping, bitch.
You can shred meat on those things.
Every single one has their abs out. That's the requirement.
There is only
And?
one that doesn't, and it's this one, the fourth one.
Barry just steps out. I heard it's laundry day and you need a washboard.
I approve of
Flexes
all of
her
them
abs.
having no shoes.
And barefoot.
You're that fourth one though. It's giving.
Yo, these Logan pieces. Look at the fucking fifth one, brother.
Oh,
Jesus.
God.
All right, straight up king. What the fuck?
Understood.
The first one is his gray sweatpants.
First
though.
one isn't even fucking clothes. It's just him out of the shower.
Gray sweatpants. I like
Gray
that.
sweatpants.
Cannon. Damn.
Some more outfits.
Ooh, I love the fifth one as well. I like how it goes up in like a pseudo girdle. I love
Nice.
girdles.
He does.
DM knows. So does Bari.
Every character gets a girdle.
Not every character,
We've got
but they
We've
all
got-
should.
Logan and Izzy dancing during, I assume, one of the festivals.
Probably, yeah.
Go dance with your sister. Alright.
She always steps on my toes. Speaking of dancing, got-
Dancing queen.
Izzy and Grayson dancing.
Play.
Bow.
Is that? Yeah, it is.
We've got
What? Just because you have a short-haired, dark-haired character, you think everything's you?
It's from behind. All right, what do you want from me?
Where's your tail and ears, huh?
we've
That's
got
why I said never
Bard
mind.
and Izzy.
Big woman dancing.
Speaking of big woman, Logan and Izzy. Sorry, not Logan. Oliver and Izzy.
Nice.
My man
Oh,
having to use a step stool.
Fuck you guys.
And then we've got Rylan and Izzy.
Yo, they're getting down.
Yo, what the?
Oh, we do have a colored version of the full outfit too, of the crowned outfit with Oliver and Logan.
Oh my god, that's beautiful.
Okay, that's it, Crown. We're dyeing your hair.
No,
We're gonna be a ginger.
no, I'm not.
Damn.
No.
Damn.
We've got Oliver and Rylan.
I love that we're all bonding.
Here's what friends do.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Abs out for Ebor.
Abs up for Edward. Yeah, it is.
We've got Oliver and Grayson.
Hell yeah.
We.
Spin! Use your magic to spin us!
I fucking jaunt her. Fucking.
We stand on one of those like lazy Susans we stole from someone's like kitchen. We become a teacup.
And finally, Oliver and Bari. Soup
It's
does
chip-
bring up
it's
a
chilly.
fantastic point.
What's
Two
that?
redheads on an adventure, no sunscreen? You're
Oh,
cooked!
Ooh,
shit.
yeah.
You fucking nerds. You guys went to the beach.
You're gonna burn alive!
They're gonna look like the fucking scubbers.
I need to see both of them as lobsters.
I mean,
That's
I
right
already
there.
described that Logan has a farmer's tan.
They are
It's
also
there, baby.
Doesn't.
they are also fire giant descent, so I'm sure for them it's like, meh, whatever. We have genetic disposition against that.
Slay!
We've got Rylan
Damn.
and
That
Bari.
fucking dress.
Yeah, what the hell? God damn.
God. Fucking
Damn,
slay.
right? You
Did
coming
they
at me?
invent sequins?
We've
We're
got.
about to.
Is that a thing in Tyros?
I believe that's Grayson and Bari.
Nice.
Shit, look at that platform!
Damn.
I saw those. And I was like, oh my
Yo, how could they
God.
put her at platforms and my ass on a stool? What is this shit?
Become a goth.
They already
bad boy.
got me in. They already got me in the dress. What? Just give me the platforms at least.
We've got Logan and Grayson.
Oh, okay. That's a different.
That's
That's a
sick.
shift.
Dude, I love that hat.
We've got some bonding going on.
Oh,
Logan and Rylan.
That's how we do it.
Hell yeah.
Just war things.
Just worth
I can totally see them doing that dance at like an alien festival.
We've got
Slay it up, Rylan.
Rylan and
Yeah.
Grayson.
Oh. The pose.
I like that one in particular because it looks like Rylan's like looking at Grayson like, am I doing it right?
It's like she knows how to do it. I'm
Jesus.
just following along.
Oh my
We
god!
got
Jesus.
Mari dipping Logan.
God
Jesus.
damn!
In my headcanon, he was supposed to make that move on her, and she's like, nope. Wah.
The fucking.
And his ass is like, oh god.
Oh, wait a minute.
I'm the boss of this office.
Watch
I mean,
out,
nice.
watch out. The sister's elbow.
Got him.
That's so good.
Floored.
Baby Oliver,
Oh.
8 years old.
Baby.
Oh my goodness.
He's fresh out of
Fresh
the
out
test
the-
tube.
Oh no.
First off, facility.
Squeezed out of the Go-Gurt.
Anyway, I found him in the alley.
Well, funny you mentioned that. Logan finds a cat.
Oh god.
That's not a cat, Logan. Desk Brand's kid. Hi. Hi. Look at him. Gave him a little fish.
My goodness.
He's only 1 foot tall.
Stop it. I mean, at least at this point he has an excuse.
I love girl's face.
We've got more party bonding.
Cyberpunk edition.
I like the leafy green shirt.
That's nice. I like that.
100%. I like that the one lace that's down is the one where his scar is.
Rylan
That's
and
excellent.
Oliver join the mocks.
We have Logan's 2 salted oatmeal with extra salt.
I like how well shaded it is.
Fucking
Right?
amazing follow-up piece setting the scene between the Storm Mother Galleon, Chandra the Tide Witch, and Rylan and Oliver.
Cowboy in peril.
Just in the back.
I'm here too.
Fucking phenomenal. Sensational.
Yeah, it's fucking tight.
We've got the siblings dueling their magic.
Oh shit, I did not see this one.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Fire and
Damn,
ice,
we're-
baby.
We're cool, yo.
Yo, we're fucking sick.
Yo!
You were sick, dude. Ice and fire, baby.
Yo, why are we so bad at level 2, dog? What the hell? God damn.
We got Oliver sitting in a box.
Oh, never mind.
I fit, I said.
Moments after Rylan has made a deal with a sea hag. Logan says his
Requiem
prayers.
Pace. In Requiem.
I'm here. Logan, I'm here.
Bitch, I did my best.
That's amazing.
We got, as Gran puts it, the snoo sorcerer.
The what?
That damn,
Oh,
though.
it's... Oh. Yeah.
I just got a plan to get a boob tattoo one of these days.
A Grayson Doodle.
Oh.
I see a bit of red
Oh.
there, actually. What's up with
Jesus.
that?
What?
Oliver.
Damn, son, where'd you
I
find
mean,
these?
good, okay?
Damn. What you baking over there besides biscuits, dog? God damn.
I'm eating good, okay?
Jesus. Leave him in a fuck with fucking her dad for one day.
I believe this is Izzy, like, post-wake up? I'm not sure.
Oh, becomes shark.
Become as shark.
I'll kill ya.
It's vaguely like has-been-ish.
We got Izzy with a boba.
Yeah, boba tea.
Boba.
They have that in Illendor, in Vinheim, yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, man.
Rylan and Logan bonding during war.
Eating like shit.
It's fucking porridge.
The Tide Witch having to deal with Rylan post-death.
Yo, that looks sick, actually.
I like her just having soulless eyes, just like, fuck, this was a mistake.
She's looking at her phone.
I like you wet bastards laughing about it.
Yep.
We've got an amazing piece showing Logan's reaction to meeting Emma.
Uh-oh.
Logan, no.
Oh, so are you a slave?
Do I have to burn down this fucking town right now?
This should be safe to show. There's
Uh-oh, final
mosaic
words.
censoring.
Famous final words.
Yes, the censor was built in.
Ripped VOD.
We've got, of course, our 12-month days Kobold with his massive greatsword. We've got Logan and Bari squaring up in the bath. We've got Denos behind Bari.
Damn.
Damn.
Got dad at it. Angry dad energy.
Dreambot.
Bari, the most dainty of orcs. And we've got a orc
Go say it.
samurai wielding a
Yeah.
Yadagari top.
Yeah, man. The smallest sword
Yep.
in Yadagari, by the way.
And
Oh,
then
this?
Oliver face down in the fucking.
Don't talk about Oliver. He's fine.
Oh yeah, you
Yeah,
can
don't
see his
worry
little
about that.
cheeks.
Don't. Look, he was eepy.
Motherfucker's dead.
Fucking gone, dog.
Literally not meant to be a coincidence, but sad piano music.
Bastard.
I literally was like,
cat more.
I don't have parrots. Fucking Crown pulls up YouTube. I'm gonna ruin this guy's life. Bring out the Final Fantasy OST.
talk, talk, talk. Knock, knock. May we come in? Yes. Yeah. The before,
Oh my god.
the after.
Less than 6 seconds to cast, baby.
Snarled at you though. How would I know? Catboy woes.
Look, man, it's a magic talking sword. That isn't magic. What do you want from me?
Oh, he's a bad seer.
Brr.
Just a baby.
It's fucking radio, like TV static noises playing.
All the non-spellcasters waiting for the funny magic glows or some shit, and it's just him staring into space.
Fantastic Izzy piece.
Thanks, one day.
Oh my goodness.
See, that's why Presty is amazing, because, like, spells that don't have a visual, like, thing that happened, you can just use Presty and fake that shit.
We have Oliver's reaction to Denos fucking slamming the wall. And this, as I am reading it, is Soup's 100th piece of fan art.
Jesus.
Is Logan standing as the hype man behind Oliver.
It looks like a regular show moment. You are so guilty.
Number one hype man, Logan Alvain.
Busted. Ooh.
Soup, thank you so much for a fucking 100 pieces of fan art. Dear God.
In 2 weeks. crazy.
Jesus. Your dedication is insane.
You're sick.
Me looking at the fan art page. You gave me a week! Oh, good heavens.
Why do the cup got teeth?
Oh, you know. To bite you
Because
with.
he's talking. What?
Oh,
Do
You
not
want more
fuck with
fan art?
me.
Shut the fuck up.
I will cry.
It's true.
Grayson in her
damn.
shirt. And finally, the last piece. Lobster siblings.
Yeah.
Become what you eat.
They've been exposed to the sun for a minute too long. Goodbye.
What?
And with that, every piece of fan art from the last 2 weeks, dear God. You fan artists are amazing, fantastic, lovely, talented individuals. Thank you guys so much for every fantastic piece. I enjoyed every single one of them. I wish that I could show the videos. If you would like to see the videos, the little animated shorts made by Soup and the others, you can come join the Discord and come peep them yourself in the fan art tab. But that is it for this week's episode. We will meet up again on the 16th of June for episode 9, where the party hunts down Carlisle Delwyn, a supposed dark friend here in Durant's Spear. Until then, I hope you guys have a fantastic week, and thank you guys so much.
Yeah, man.
Bye,
It was
chat.
Bye, chat.
Oh, goodbye, chat. I guess.
Later, chat.
You guys think we're gonna have a fight on the docks by episode 10?
Do you
I
think
still
we'll
have
beat
to
up an innocent
fight.
man who's been framed?
I still gotta fight Logan.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
No, Barry, no!
Yeah, GM, how are we gonna
didn't
do,
mean to-
like... God.
I use all my spells that I can only use once per long rest.
Jesus
Square up.
Christ. I'll
use
be
my
back.
divine strike.
No, I'll be back, you freaks. Jesus. My friends, companions, enjoyers of D&D. Thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the stream. To all the new followers here tonight who don't know who I am, or this is your first time catching one of our games, hello, welcome. I'm the Crown DM. I'm a 5th edition Dungeon Master who runs games in his own homebrew setting, the world of Atis. What you just saw was Shadows of Thorolun. If you'd like to see more of it, you're more than welcome to peruse our VODs or check out our YouTube channel where you can see all of the episodes, aside from this one, that are up. As well, you're more than welcome to join our Discord and come hang out with all the cool people you just hung out with tonight, as well as get more D&D content there, either through the Patreon or through the discussions that are happening in chat. If you like any of the maps that you've seen today, including the beach map or Durant's Spear, I did just release the new and improved Durant's Spear 2.0 up on the Patreon for all patrons. So if you'd like to get your hands on that, go check it out. Aside from that, that is it for me tonight. I hope that you all have a fantastic night. I hope you take care of yourselves. The next time you will see me will be tomorrow, where I apprise my role as Marius Septum, a armorer artificer in the world of Io over on Brett Ultimus's channel. As well as Momo, who plays Cheats, a swashbuckler rogue. So if you'd like to see me as a player, you can go check us out over there. As well, the stream schedule should return to normal this week with a stream on Tuesday for TPK Tuesday, because we got to set up some things now that the party is hunting Mr. Delwyn. Aside from that, call your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. If you haven't called them in a while, call them. I'm sure they'd love to hear from you. And I will see you all later. Goodbye, chat.